YouTube thing starts. Okay, we're live. All right, good morning, besties. Welcome to the Jess Machado show. We're going to take a second just to make sure all of these platforms are streaming because we're still figuring this out. I got a message this morning and someone was like, did you set the reminder? Or I can't find the reminder thing on YouTube. And I was like, I don't know what that is. If you feel like I'm not doing something and it needs to be done, please message me because I'm learning as I go. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Good morning. Good morning, besties. Good morning from Tennessee. It's my favorite, Pigeon Forge. And Erin is here. We ordered a new apparatus for Erin to get mic'd up, and it's not here. But if it gets delivered, it's any minute. She said if it gets delivered from Amazon, we're going to have someone bring it to us so that we can have Erin mic'd up. Good morning. You're not going to get the best version of me. Erin is here, see? This is last night's makeup. Good morning, besties. Do I have an email, Jess? Yes. Erin will drop it in the comment section. Well, it's so great. Let my assistant Erin get to you in a moment with that. I went to go see the Doobie Brothers last night at Great Woods. And I had a night. I normally don't, I'm usually like the driver. I'm usually the person, I go to concerts with my kids a lot too. So I'm usually the one that's driving. I'm usually the one that's in charge. I'm usually the one that's monitoring people. And I like set the rules at the beginning of the night and said I was going to relax because I never really relax. It's a problem. All moms have that problem too. Like you can never really relax. I never really relaxed. All of my kids were at different locations. There was no driving going on, which is a big part of like my anxiety. And so once I knew that my kids were like all in locations where there wasn't going to be any driving, everybody was good, everything was all set, I was like, I would like to relax and listen to the voice of an angel that is Mike McDonald. And I had a really great night. However, I'm almost 50 and life feels different at 50 than it did at 23. I lost a set of keys on the lawn at Great Woods when I was like 19. Like those were a different set of days. Now it's just I'm tired. And so I didn't want to do my face. So you're getting this. I'm in a sweatshirt. I know Erin's really happy about that. She's like, you're going to wear a hoodie one day? And I was like, yeah. But I was also thinking about like all of the guys that do YouTube, like they're so lucky. Like they can just wear t-shirts and not do their hair and they just get behind the microphone and there's so much like pressure for women to like look a certain way. I don't know. I wasn't feeling that today. So good morning. Let me read some. Thank you. Good morning. All right. So everything's working. Everything's good. If you could do me a fave, if you could share this for me, that would be great. We had a really great first show with like so many views. The second show, I'm not a view counter, but I'm watching. Like the second show didn't get as many views, and I would really hate to think that Kate Peter brought the views the first episode. And so for my own mental health, we need to make sure we bring views and not like, we can't give her that clout is basically what I'm saying. Good morning from the UK. Holy moly, good morning. Enjoy your morning walk. I still call it Great Woods too. It's forever Great Woods. And if you haven't been to Great Woods, it's the Xfinity Center in Mansfield. And I don't know, there's just something like really magical about like a concert outside in the summer. And last night wasn't hot. It was like a perfect summer night. The vibes were perfect. And I got to hear all of my favorite songs. And it was just so good. Fun fact, I have a friend, her name is Stephanie. And when we are out having a couple of beverages, she will sing Michael McDonald's songs in her Michael McDonald voice. I wish I could call her and have her Do it. You don't know me. Like, it's really good. Anyway, so I love him and I was so glad to see him. It's my only concert I've been to this summer. Last summer I went to so many, but this year not as many. It'll always be Great Woods. I have a question. What is it? Did I get a trinket? I haven't gotten no, I did not get a trinket from there. The sweatshirts were very expensive. My husband was not going to allow it. They were like $90. Can you imagine it? What is it called when you wait, what is it called when you propagate, when you take a plant or a piece of a tree? Can you imagine if I cut a piece of one of the trees from the woods and then propagate it on a tree in my yard? Or from here, or like grow it in the new mission unlocked. You can interrupt. Let me check my personal Facebook. It doesn't look like it is. Let's see. Hold on. It's live. Yes, it is. It shows I'm live. Good morning, Stephanie. Oh, shoot. I can't. It says only me. I can't fix it. I don't know. All right. Can you do it for me? Okay, good morning. All right. So, a couple housekeeping things. Number one, we are considering doing a daily show. I'm here in the studio, and what I'm finding is there are so many things that are happening during the week, and then waiting until Saturday feels weird, especially from like a political point of view and like stories that I'm writing. And then if I add a guest and I want to kind of like tell a story, because we're going to do story time today too, and also show and tell, like it's a lot to fit in on a Saturday. And so even an hour or two during the week every day, I think must be done. So I did a poll. I don't know if it's still open. It probably is. But what's the best time frame? I was thinking either 10 to 12, 12 to 2, or 4 to 6, I think. I was thinking 12 to 2, Erin is saying, because that just fits with my own personal schedule. Erin thinks 4 to 6. I wanted to be competitive and wanted to do 12 to 2, but I have to see what the besties want. So that's what we're thinking about doing. So that way we can kind of touch base on some of these small, like little stories and things like that. Okay, so everything's working. I don't remember hearing in the past couple shows at all. I didn't see that. 4 to 6 is no good with kids. I actually agree. It's great for like the drive home and stuff, but it would interfere with me picking up my daughter from school. So I don't know if that's going to work. I really love the 12 to 2. It's just, I don't know. I can get up, I can do my news, I can do my writing, I can do all my emails, then I can jump on for a couple hours. Then I can be done at 2, go get my daughter, be home every day. Cooking dinner is like a big thing. Like I feel like a bad parent if I'm not home and like I'm making dinner during the week. It's like the center for everybody in my house is like there's a meal there. And so if I'm not there, I just feel like, I don't know, guilt. I can't do that every day. I've done it in the past, but I don't love it. So let me lower the volume on this. As far as updates on trinkets and souvenirs, they're all at post offices throughout the city. Some have been sent back. I have to get them. I don't know how I'm going to do that. And we're going to do a post office box so that way we can get the items, because this place doesn't. You want to know what happened today? We came in here today, and there is like what do you call that? It's like an air conditioning unit, split heat cooling thing has been installed above our heads. We have a unit in the window, and this is an old mill, like built in like the 1800s. But right above us is a spaceship, and we just walked in, and it was here. Slight echo. I can fix that. There was a little slight echo actually this time. All right, so we are going to do a couple things. I'm going to go over what we're doing for today. Then I'm going to do a little show and tell. And then we have a bunch of So we have a guest. Let's go through the list. I don't want to join the live. Let's go through the list of things that we put out today. So, okay, we're going to talk about Bunny. It needs to be done, and I'm going to talk about it one time, and then we're not going to talk about it again. I mean, maybe we will, because I don't have a problem with it, but we're going to have to talk about Bunny After Dark, all of this stuff. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about Brian LTL. And I know some people messaged me and thought, is he on your show as a guest? And the answer to that is no. I don't like telling people what I'm going to do and what I'm going to talk about. And when I posted that, my phone from a couple of my friends, Erin included, was like, I feel like I want to clear the air about something, because I've been getting questions and I'm an oversharer, and I'm just going to share. So we're going to talk about Brian LTL after we talk about Bunny. We're going to talk about this thing called Feel Free. Sometimes, I'm sure you all feel the same way. Sometimes you're scrolling, whether you're on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, so I watch reels on Instagram or YouTube. Sometimes like a reel will pause me and I will think of something and I can't get it out of my head. And I saw a reel about this thing called Feel Free, and it's a drink. And the reel has haunted me and stuck with me. And then I felt, okay, if this is, I'm still thinking about this like 3, 4, 5 days later, like I should talk about it. And I guarantee like a lot of people don't know what this stuff is. So we need to talk about it. And then we're going to talk about the Sober House article that I broke this week. I have an update on that, by the way, that I think is really important. It's posted on my Substack. I did a thread about it, but essentially this is a woman's sober house, and they have had to accommodate 2 transgender women. So is it transgender women if they're a male? I don't know. So men, biological men that are women, so that's a transgender woman, or is that a transgender male? We're going to go to the chat. Aaron says we got to go to the chat. I don't know. Shari, your friend works at that sober house. I'm sure they're not liking what's going on since my story. I'm hearing some things. So we're going to talk about that. And then we are going to have Christopher Silva, who's running for mayor in Fall River. And I know a lot of you are not watching from Fall River, although I know some of you are. But Christopher running for mayor is like a big thing. And it's a big thing for a lot of reasons. Number one, he's not a politician. Number two, he's got some skeletons in his closet, so to speak, and people are raking him, like going nuts. And I've befriended him, or he's befriended me. I can't really tell what it is, but we're going to talk to him at 11 o'clock, and we're going to kind of go over a couple things. But the craziest thing that happened this week with him, and then we'll talk about it when he comes on, is so the media outlet I used to work for, Fall River Reporter, they replaced me with this woman, Joe Good. And Joe Good wrote stories about me when I was in the news. So she's my replacement now. And she got a text message from my old boss talking about Christopher and running for mayor, and how he was going to hold like a town hall style forum to answer questions from the public, because God forbid that ever happens, because media and people want to control the questions that politicians or aspiring politicians get, and they don't let the people ask questions ever. They do in Somerset, because we did a town hall event where we let people come up to microphones. We didn't care. We told every candidate running, this is the forum. You're going to sit on a stage, and we're going to have candidates come over to the microphone and ask you a question. If you don't feel comfortable being confronted by constituents, don't come. And we actually had candidates who chose not to come, probably because they were worried about the questions they were going to get. But when you have debates, those questions are being cultivated by the media outlet, their partners. There's no real transparency in the media anymore. And so to trust that those questions haven't been given to other candidates in advance, that they're not cultivated to benefit a candidate, you can't trust. And so I love town hall events. But anyway, getting back, because I'm a long storyteller, Joe Good, it's a female. She was messaging my old boss, and she was saying not nice things about Christopher Silva. And because she's a boomer and doesn't know what she's doing, she posted her message on Facebook as a comment on the post of Christopher Silva. And it was meant to be a private text message to Mike. And so it has opened up like this whole new realm of like, they're in, oh, you wait, like they're in cahoots. Like, how do you trust that media organization now? Erin's like, she didn't know this. Wait till you say. But it's good morning from Oklahoma. So it's just about like, I don't know. You can't trust anybody. But anyway, we're going to talk to Chris because I've never seen people come after someone so hard who's running for office. And I really think it's rooted in his popularity and also the way that he's going to try to make a difference if he's elected. And so we're going to talk to him at 11 o'clock. Okay, can I go? I'm going to do two things. First thing is before, want to do sponsors? Let's do sponsors first. Let's go over my sponsors. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Mallard Printing, who is my big sponsor, they had an ad made just for me, which I love. It's not about me, but it like is about what I do. And we're going to play it at the top of the hour, but like they made an ad just for me and I love it. Anyway, so I have some really great sponsors. If you're interested in sponsoring my show, you can do that. You can just message the Jess Machado show at gmail.com. And my assistant Erin will message you with a slide deck with all of our advertising options. These are my sponsors. I'm going to open this for me so I can see because I don't like wearing my glasses because there's a glare. After Hours Collision and Repair Center. Thank you for being a sponsor. My bestie, Amy at Silva Funeral Home. Amy's going to be coming on the show. We're just going to figure out when we're ready for this format, but Amy's going to be coming on the show. My girl, Nicole Sliney, who is out there hustling and selling beautiful homes. Stacy Face Travels, who I absolutely adore her. She is a really great sponsor of ours. Mike Keneally and Brian Shortsleeve, those are the guys that are Republicans running for office against Maura Healey. I know it seems early, and that election is next year, but we're just on time when it comes to this. And what these guys are doing, they're essentially full-time campaigners. You know what I mean? If you're running for governor and you're trying to take out Maura Healey, it's a full-time job. And so Mike and Brian are both doing that. They've both had some really great moments in the campaign so far, some not so great moments, but you've got to appreciate that these are stand-up guys that are actually giving it a shot. And I think there's an option there for us to flip the state house in 2026. Christopher Nates are advertisers, and people got mad at him for that. Go figure. Attorney Rena Brown and Powerhouse Remodeling. Can we talk about Prestige for a minute? Let's talk. So Prestige Automart is one of our advertisers. So if you know Jeff Leary from Prestige, like I know Jeff Leary. Jeff Leary, he's done radio shows. We did Fall River Raw. He had a show on the local AM radio station. And Jeff listen, I don't think he makes any mistake about it. If you talk to Jeff after 5 p.m., you're not getting sober Jeff is the best way to say it. And when we texted him about advertising with us, I have the receipts. He was like, yes, I'm in, definitely, blah, 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 blah. 2 weeks later, Erin's sending invoices and she's like, hi, where are we at with this? And he's like, I didn't agree to this. And I was like, sir, you most certainly did. And so it was very funny that he didn't realize it. Fall River Raw, let's go. That's my OGs right there, Fall River Raw. So these are our sponsors. We're always looking to add sponsors that match our vibe and are, people that aren't worried about getting canceled for sponsoring a show like this. We're going to talk about that whole cancel culture thing in a minute, but I'm just saying, are we not past that in like 2025 that you don't go after businesses if they support other businesses and they don't align value system? I mean, I feel like we should be over that. So thank you to all of my sponsors. Okay, so when I was starting the show 2 weeks ago, I was worried. I don't look at myself. This isn't a good look. I'm just saying, how do I fix this? Leave it alone. I was just saying I wasn't feeling myself, and it was like the most ironic thing, because now I'm camera facing. And even before, when I did radio, I didn't have to look a certain way and I wasn't loving it. And so I did 3 things that have changed how I feel, and I'm feeling much better, and I feel like I'm actually looking better. So, if these are guys that don't care about skincare, just move on. I bought this. This is like a Revitalift thing. This is the kind of stuff that, I'm not kidding, like I thought was for people like in their 70s. I bought it and I use it, and I feel like it's made a difference in my face. And I don't like thinking that I'm getting old. I don't like thinking that things are changing. I think I'm going to be pretty forever, and it's just not happening. And so I bought this, okay, and I use this, and now I feel like my skin looks better. Not today because I'm hungover, but and then, so that's expensive. I don't know what that costs, but it's expensive. You can buy it everywhere. And then I bought this stuff, which is like, wait, do we have to do like this thing? So this is like this gel moisturizer stuff, and I use this all the time. And I feel like my face looks better. And then last thing I did, I bought this thing, okay? This cool thing mask, okay. I put I put this in the refrigerator when I'm getting ready to go to bed. I have to do all my things. I have to like make sure all the dishes are done. I have to check on the pets. I have to lock all the doors, because if you're married, you know your husband doesn't care about that. I lock all the doors. I make sure everything's okay. I like batten down the hatches. While I'm battening down the hatches, I put this mask thing in the refrigerator, and then I get myself my my drink. And then I bring this thing upstairs, and then I get into my bed and I put that on. I put the lotion thingy on, then I put this thingy on, and then I scroll until I fall asleep. And my face looks supple, and it looks better, and I feel like I don't look so old. And it's probably a placebo effect thing where it really isn't making a difference, but I feel better. I could use this today. It would be very helpful, but I can't do this show with it. So anyway, these are the things. Okay. We're going to, next thing, we're going to do a little show and tell, and then we're going to talk about the bunny thing. I have a problem. I'm experiencing it right now. I don't use the cloud. Okay. And it's not that I don't understand the concept of the cloud, which in itself is scary to me. But for someone in my line of work, the fact that some of the things that I get on my phone can go up into a space somewhere in the clouds, and it's just there, and it's not just exclusively for me, scares me immensely. And so I don't have backup on anything that I have. Nothing. I have no backups, no clouds. I don't have SD cards. I don't have anything. Now, at times I've had to take information and put it on an SD card and do something with it, but I don't. So what ultimately happens is I buy phones, and then they get completely overloaded with memory. And then when the phone starts dysfunctioning, I will just buy a new phone. But I can never get rid of the other phones, because all the other phones have all of the things on them. And I call them my babies. I have to take care of them too, because you may need them. For example, I was subpoenaed in a case, and I had to testify. And one of the things, I didn't testify, the case got thrown out. Thanks, slippers. And but I needed to bring my receipts, which I always do. And so they're on my phones. And so I have to care for my phones. So I call them my babies. I keep them on the side. Now, I don't go back far. Like, I keep 5, 6 on the side of my bed, like the newest 5 or 6 phones. And then I don't even know what the comments are looking like on this. I know it sounds really ridiculous, but I keep 5 or 6 of them on the side of my bed. I left one there in case something happened to me. I left one there today, the latest one. And then I keep the phones, and then I always will occasionally turn them on, start them up, scroll through, look at things, make sure they're healthy, and then put them back to sleep. And sometimes, like when I'm in bed, I'll send a picture of all of the babies on my my belly, like on the blanket. I'm in bed, and I take a picture of them all turning on at the same time and send it to the mom group. And I'm like, I'm just doing a wellness check on all my babies. I also do this because if at any given point in time I need to, I can throw them in the river and they will just disappear. And there's no way you can see anything because they'll all just die. And I don't want to think about that, but I I brought all of them with you with me today. Some this one here, this one can ruin lives. This particular phone can ruin a marriage and like 2 political careers. This thing, look at this. Okay, this one. And then the one before that, this was the one before it. Little bit of information on here. Some good screenshots on here. This one goes back to when I was running for school committee and there was a lot of stuff going on. So like court cases and subpoenas and restraining orders. This is the restraining order phone. And then these 2 phones, which are both cracked, which I cracked beforehand. These are when I started like really working and getting involved in on the radio and then Fall River Reporter. These are like the more recent ones. Equally as important and juicy, but this is the OG. Look, it has look at this phone. It has glitter in the back. It's a restraining order phone. And so these are my most, I'm going to hold them like a deck of cards. These are my most recent 5 phones. They're my babies and I take care of them. I love you so much. And they're just really important to me. This is the new one. This is the latest one. It's almost done. It's almost on its way out. And so that's a little bit of show and tell. Do I have a hoarding problem? No. My bedroom is actually completely like empty of all things. There's like, I don't like it, but I need to have my phones with me at all times. I do have a safe, not at my house, like a safety deposit box. I have some phones in there. There's some old phones, but I have a problem where I don't trust the cloud. What if somebody hacks? If somebody hacks, they're not getting what's on these. You can't hack this. You can steal it, but then even then you can't get into it. But like you can't get information. You can't steal this. It's not in a cloud. It's in real life. And so I have a problem. Anyway, soon to be retired is this phone, and we're going to upgrade and we're getting a new one, and it's going to work really great. And then after work great, we're going to does anybody else do this? I mean, it's not like Higgins where Higgins took his phone and SD card and destroyed. Like this prevents me from doing a Higgins. I don't have to do a Higgins. Deceased never knew other people can hold the phone. Oh wait, she does. We have to take care of them. They're our babies. I almost just spit on my drink. They have birthdays. All my babies, they have birthdays. You just got to take care of them. Those are lifelines for me in a lot of ways. And I do feel like at any given moment, I'm a witness in a case right now. I got subpoenaed for a case where I'm a witness and I'm supposed to be deposed. And so I'm a witness in a case. I got subpoenaed. I'll never forget. It's not the first time I've been subpoenaed, so I'm not saying it was extremely memorable, but I was leaving my house in the morning to go to cover Karen Reed, actually. And I stepped out on my front porch, and I'm not kidding. I saw a car out front, and I just knew. It was like that moment in Casino when he's like heading over to his car and he knows it's going to blow up. I just knew. I knew I was getting subpoenaed. And I walked down the steps and I'm like, good morning. He's like, Jess Machado. I was like, yup. And he hands me a subpoena. So I got subpoenaed. I'm currently a witness in a case. So I got scheduled for a deposition and I had to cancel it because it was a Turtle Boy hearing. And so I called, like, I think the hearing was on a Monday, whatever hearing this was, not this recent one, but like a month Well, it was in July. So I called the attorney. I said, listen, I can't do this deposition on this day. I'm going to cover a Turtle Boy hearing. And they were like, okay, that's fine. Send us some dates. And so I didn't send dates, and I was just waiting for them to call me. And then before I knew it, I'm like, why have I not been deposed yet in this case? And so I messaged them and reached out last week, and I was like, hi, this week that we're in right now, I am open every day. I would love to do this deposition. It's virtual now. So like I'm in. And the attorney was so rude to me. I don't even want to pull it up, but the attorney was rude. She's like, we'll depose you when we're ready, kind of. And I was just like, I'm eager. I'm ready. Like, let me. And so anyway, I am often subpoenaed. And so these phones are very important to me. There's that. Okay. All right. How are we doing? What are people saying? Do I need to see some of these things? Hi, besties. I don't read these. I know Erin will do it. I know we did super chatty things last week, right? I'm learning YouTube. I go into my YouTube studio every day and I look at it. I think my videos now will have ads. I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it. Like, I don't mind ads when I'm watching things on YouTube. It's not a problem for me. I don't know how much they're going to pay, and I don't know if people are annoyed by them. So I'm looking for feedback on that. If you think it's annoying, I'll just take it off unless they're paying me hundreds of dollars. Then maybe you're going to have to suffer through it. But because this is an expense. This face is an expense. I don't know. So we're just working through that and figuring it out. But I know last week we had super chats and those things were fun. And so Erin will drop things, my Venmo and all of those things in there and all those things. Premium YouTube users won't have ads. Perfect. Okay. I don't know. I can't look in here at this face. Okay. All right. Ready? We're going to talk. Okay. So many years ago, and we're talking 2011, I believe, 2010, 2011, I started a show called Bunny After Dark. And I've explained this situation. I had a show. It was Bunny After Dark. It was not a bad show in any way. I can't tell you how many episodes I did. You can never find them because this was like internet radio podcasting before it was a thing. It was 2011, 2012, like nobody, or 2010, nobody was doing this. And I had a show, Bunny After Dark, and it was a completely normal show. It was just me talking about things. TT was on. TT would come on and talk. We'd play music. I would do top 10 lists. Like I remember one of them was like top 10, what was it? Top 10 songs where you like misheard the lyrics. And then I played a game with TT one time, and it was like I was going to say a name and TT had to tell me whether it was a what sport they played in, and it was hysterical. She knew none of them. And so exclusive content for members, I could do Bunny After Dark just for members. So the show was short. So the show was short-lived. And then, but it was legendary. I don't know what to say, but Bunny After Dark was a thing. We had a launch party. Everybody like loved Bunny After Dark. And before it even got going, I was not taking it seriously. It wasn't anything I was getting paid for. It was done. It was over. It was just there, and then it was gone. And then it instantly catapulted into legendary status. And Bunny After Dark was a thing, at least down here in the bayou. And then a guy that I know was starting a radio station, podcasting station. He asked me to revive Bunny After Dark. And I was like, I'm not into it, but I'll do it. And so I did 2 episodes, or even 1 episode. TT was there. My friend Andrea was there. And I feel like there was one more person there. And Andrea was single, and she was talking about how she was constantly getting guys DMing her. And I was married at the time. TT was not married, but they were single girls, and we're talking about them dating and how they were constantly getting like pictures sent to their inboxes. And so we got Andrea a burner phone and put the phone number on the Bunny After Dark page, and people were like, we were like, you can send your pictures to the phone, like stop DMing her, go to a text message. So we got her a burner phone and gave it to Andrea. Andrea still has that phone to this day, by the way. Talk about phones and keeping them. She still has the burner phone with all of the text message she was getting. But that was the conversation about burner phones and pictures, and I guess dick pics is the way to say it. And like, that was how that was established and what it was about and what we were talking about. Station closed, got a couple episodes under my belt, and that was it. Then at the same radio station where Jeff Leary was doing Fall River Raw and I was a guest, the guy who owned it, his name was Eric. He was like, you should bring back Bunny After Dark on our radio station, our podcast station. Bring it back, bring it back. And I was like, I'm in a different place. I don't think I want to bring back Bunny After Dark, but maybe. And he was like, it can be sexy and it can be fun. And he made like a promo video on what he thought Bunny After Dark should look like. And I was like, okay, I think I could do this. And so he's like, I'll get advertisers. You won't pay anything. We'll actually pay you. And I was like, okay. He's like, you're a talent. You can. And Eric was a nice guy. I was like, sure. So he puts together this promo thing. I bet we could find it. Erin's finding it. Erin's getting it. We'll get the Bunny After Dark promo. And I was like, I can do it. And so I was like, and by the way, at this point now, how many years ago was this? Like 5 years ago? Was it post-COVID or pre-COVID? It was pre-COVID, because I remember we shut down because of COVID. So we go in, we're in a studio. I bought those marquee lights, the little ones spelt out Bunny. And I do the show and I'm thinking, okay, now I'm a little bit older. So 5 years ago, I'm in my mid 40s. I'm like, I'm a little bit more mature. We're going to talk about things nobody talks about. Oh my God, do we have it? Look at me. Look at me. First of all, that thing right in the back, that picture of that like street scene is my OG picture from Bunny After Dark, and I use it everywhere. You've probably seen me use it. So there's me on look at me. We had a bunny hotline. Look at my little logo on the bottom that says Bunny After Dark. I cut my hair the day of that show. Like that morning, I had long hair and then just cut it. It was wild. So here's me, Bunny After Dark, and I'm like, we're going to talk about things that nobody else talks about. And my very first guest was a stripper from the Cadillac Lounge in Providence. Her name is Tiani. And I had put a post up asking anybody if they knew anybody in the industry. And everybody messaged me about this girl. There she is. Look at my queen. And I encourage you to go watch this show. I am just talking to her about the industry, what it's like being a parent. How does she afford things? How much money does she get? What are you going to do when you're older? Like, what's your plan? You know what I mean? Like, we talked about everything in the industry, and I thought it was so fascinating. I continue to follow Tiani on social media, and she is a badass. And, I'm not a stripper, so I don't know why people like pretend that I am, but if they did, I don't care. Like, Tiani is a great human. She really is. She's a hustler. She, she's in a very defensive state of mind. Well, all this. Somebody's asking what phone it is. So this was the first Bunny After Dark, and the best memory I have about this show is all my moms came to the studio. I could get a little emotional. All my moms came and watched in the audience while I did the show. And I was so nervous. And all my moms were there. And I remember we took a great picture together afterwards. And I felt so supported and loved. And like, I also felt very creative and empowered. And this show, by the way, when it debuted on Facebook, had so many live views. There was nothing on Facebook in our area even close. It was unmatched for views. And look at my outfit and my hair there. I just so feel. And you guys get this. You get the Doobie Brothers like post-mortem. Like, look, I will bring this. I will wear the shirt next week for the show. I will wear it. I felt so empowered. I felt so strong. I felt so good. We did a second show, and the second show was with two girls who were OnlyFans creators. And again, 5 years ago when OnlyFans was just starting. And you didn't have famous people doing OnlyFans like they do now, but I recognized like there were people that are actually earning a living from this. And these two girls came on and we talked about the industry and what they did and having sex on camera and like, again, like normal conversations and things that people who are adults can talk about. And I also thought it was a really great show. It was a great episode. I learned a lot. And also I like chatting and asking questions. And like, if you watch these episodes, that's what I was doing. I was interviewing people and asking them questions. Okay. I feel like this is an important part of the thing. The third show, I think we were supposed to have a guest and we didn't have one. And so we had to kind of wing it. And there's this gem of a human being. Her name is Taylor. And she worked at the studio helping them out with things and like, she was like an Erin. And she's one of the best bartenders around and she's so pretty and I absolutely adore her for 1,000 reasons. But she was there and I was like, Taylor, you're gonna have to like come on and we're gonna have to wing it. And we were like, what do we do to kind of keep it spicy but also like keep the conversation going? And I was like, we're gonna pull up every year Pornhub does a list of the number one searched items per state. And I love data, you know that. So let's pull it up. So we put the thing up and we're talking about it. And it's funny and it's hysterical and it's adult content. And again, I'm not an OnlyFans creator. I am not a stripper and I am not on Pornhub, but I was having responsible adult conversations about those subjects. Okay. That was Bunny After Dark. I don't even know if we did the 4th episode. COVID happened. And then it would be like one person was sick and everybody was paranoid. And so Bunny After Dark was laid to rest and we never saw it again until I started to become popular. I started to gain ground with my work and my reporting and my politics. And then people have resurrected Bunny After Dark and are shaming me for it. And it is endless, by the way. So first of all, we have people in where I live that are constantly dropping Bunny After Dark. Oh, she's on Bunny After Dark and Bunny After Dark and all of this stuff. And I'm going, my original instinct is I was feeling shamed by it. I was feeling like how they were talking about Bunny After Dark. I assumed that position where I'm not saying gross. I don't know what the word is, but like I should be embarrassed or shamed about the content. And I think that was just a natural reaction. And then after a while, I had to remind myself, like, what did I do wrong? What was wrong about these conversations? And then I started to become defensive about it. And then it kind of dropped off. Fast forward to recently. Now I have this platform. Now I'm a journalist. And I think a little bit about this great guy that I know. So he works for a gubernatorial candidate. And he called me and he said, I just want to let you know that our professional inbox for a gubernatorial candidate received a message from someone, a fake account, and it was all about Bunny After Dark and your videos and links to your videos. And I was like, I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Now, I share their content. I hosted these candidates at an event in Somerset. I plan on interviewing them here. They sponsor my show. And so I was like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm really sorry about that. And the guy, not the candidate, but the guy and goes, he's like, it's like your Alex Cooper moment, right? And I was like, yes. If you don't know who Alex Cooper is, she has a show called Call Her Daddy. It started on Barstool. And if you don't know the early days of Call Her Daddy, it's a vibe. And Alex Cooper and her host Sophia talked about sex and all of these things. And now she's with Sirius Radio. She's being paid multi-millions of dollars. And she has transitioned away from that type of content. And she has interviewed Kamala Harris. She has interviewed famous people. She now asks questions. And the way that this guy put it in perspective for me, it is actually never left my soul. And I'm so grateful that he said it. But I was like, yeah, right? Like, why can't we start in one place and evolve and get to another? Why can't I do that? And then who are you to like slut shame me or shame me about the content that I used to create, which wasn't me creating the content. It was just me asking questions about it. And so it completely changed my opinion on it, which is why when Kate Peter put a video out, I didn't even blink. But this video was created just a couple of weeks ago, like produced, like it's got like words and it's so well done. We're going to watch it in a second. And I didn't even blink. It didn't bother me at all. But what's crazy to me is that people still think that there is like a path to shaming me, embarrassing me, and also that the things that I even talked about, there was something wrong with them. I don't understand why grown adults feel like this is something that they need to be uncomfortable about. So we're going to watch the Kate Peter video, and then we're going to talk about another way that people were using this recently against me. And I say against me because it doesn't affect me, but we're going to talk about it, and we're going to move past it, I think. Hold on. Yeah, do we have it? I love the ears. Production value 10 out of 10. Does it have volume? It will.
Hey, Somerset residents. My name is Jessica Machado, and I'm a candidate for your
It does.
8 school committee.
I've thought about it. I think teachers make way too much money, and
Or it should.
they're a bunch of greedy fucks who probably should be working year round. And if they don't, then they should take a significant pay cut.
You want a committee member that has a secret agenda, that looks for adulation and
Look at me.
attention, that fears speaking up for what is right, then I am clearly not the candidate for you.
I think it's appropriate for you to pick up that phone, call that person on a holiday, and confront them.
This.
Yes, it's okay to call that person a cunt in front of their family. Yes, it's fine, because here's the thing. You're just being passionate and you're being real.
I've been working with Mike at Fall River Reporter, and he had been talking about me coming over. And I said, I think maybe I could leave radio for a little while.
And I said things like sex, drugs, gambling, sports betting, stripping. I love strip clubs. I talked about it on the last show. I think it needs to be a little bit more normalized, and that is to have a beverage.
The production quality is so good here.
Want to talk about, I love porn. I have my sites. I get down into a hole, and it really takes a lot to like kind of interest me. And I talked about this a lot of times. Like, I'm in the really demented shit stage. It oozes sex. I have had tits in my face and in my mouth. One girl, she did like daddy daughter like porn. They get like not raped, but like
Erin's laugh.
Consensual, whatever. Fine. Is it called snuffing? Like where they like knock a girl out with chloroform. It's also like guys that like masturbate and like loud, like anal, amateur, lesbian, threesome, transgender.
Oh, there's
big
Taylor.
Tits, big dick, female orgasm, cream pie, and cartoon. So that maybe we need an OnlyFans for that. I'm gonna start an OnlyFans. We need some residual income. We're gonna be selling feet pics on OnlyFans. Like, I can make $50 for selling a pair of my underwear. Like, some guy helped me with my car, and then I fucked him. I never saw him again.
What else turn me on?
My husband can't come if I'm giving him a blowjob. It's just this weird thing.
That doesn't matter to me. It's just the act of sucking.
So then why?
Is that it? That's it. Okay. So we live right now in a time where someone put a substantial amount of work into going and finding all of these clips, editing them, adding music, adding text, and making this video in an attempt to like shame me. Like, I just want to be clear for future, it doesn't work. Like, again, like a switch has been flipped. People are going to want the show. People are going to want the show. Maybe it's going to be the premiere content. If you're a subscriber, you're going to get a Bunny After Dark show. It used to be Wednesday nights at 10 to midnight. It doesn't work. And so I can watch that with ease. I have no problem. But the problem I have is how frequently people are using this. So this happened with Kate, and now like 2 weeks ago, I was sitting here in the studio, had a really great day. And it was like around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got an email and I opened it up. And it's from a burner account, a burner email. And it says, "Hi, I'm writing this message in regards to Somerset School Committee candidate, former school committee candidate, former Fall River Reporter employee, Jessica Machado." And then just talking like about a story I wrote. And then at the end, it links Mass Hole Mafia, Kate Peters' video, and talking about Bunny After Dark and all this stuff. And I'm going, who is this? They're linking YouTube videos, all this stuff like that. This person sent this email to the clerk magistrate in the Fall River District Court, the probation chief in Fall River District Court, the Fall River Police Department, the whole school committee in Fall River, New Bedford City Council people, Ian Abreu in New Bedford. We have people at Gannett, which is like a news organization, like higher ups in there. Every school committee member in Somerset, Fall River Reporter, City Council in Fall River, Chief Kelly Furtado of the Fall River Police Department, Fall River Education Association President, Grant Smith Ellis. Let's keep going. More school committee individuals, more the Vice Department and the Fall River Police Department, the Vice Department and the Somerset Police Department, the Mayor of Fall River, a Little League, Grant Smith Ellis, and then to myself. And included clips to Bunny After Dark and the Kate Peter thing. Every single week, somebody is bringing up the Bunny After Dark life show content or whatever. And I feel the need to say, you are going to have to up your game. It does not work. And so we're going to bring back Bunny After Dark. We're going to talk about it all the time. We'll do a Bunny After Dark segment. And then you won't be able to have this. Like, I used to joke that, I can't say it. I'm not going to say it because but the C word, I used to say that the reason I started using that is because somebody used to use it on me. And when I started using it, it has absolutely no power anymore. So if you hear me using the word "see you next Tuesday," there is a reason for that. The reason is, at some point in my life, a man thought that could hurt me. And I'm sure there are plenty of women who have had that used at them in a same angry way. And I remember being called that and how much it stung. And so I'm saying, Erin's saying she's on the Bunny After Dark shirts. And so what I started to do is take that word and use it frequently so that it had almost no value as a weapon against me. And so I feel that's important to say, because language is important, and so many times people will dig up these old clips of me using that word. What that word means to me is not what it means to you. It's different. And what it means to me is, it used to be a word that used to hurt me and be weaponized against me. And I've taken it, adopted it as part of my language, and now it's no different than any other word. It has no value. It can't bother me, and it shouldn't bother you. And I encourage you, if people use those words or things that hurt you, take them. They're yours now, and you can do what you want with them. And so, I guess when you're out in the world and there's video and there's audio and there's content of you, it lives forever. And number two, people can do whatever they want with it. And I totally understand that. But there is something also that really needs to be said for the fact that there are a group of people who don't like me that are trying to use the Bunny After Dark thing to hurt me. And they were successful at one point. We're past that now. And so bringing Bunny back for this show is a big part of basically saying you can't use it anymore. Hi, Jenny. The British use it all the time. Yes, I know some people who England, and they use that word in their vocabulary all the time. And so I just, if it were just Kate Peter, that's one thing. This email that went out to everybody, I just want to let you know, when this email came out, my phone started going nuts. Chief of police called me. I had school committee people call me. They're like, what the hell is this? And but first of all, some of them knew about it. Some of them didn't. Some people encouraged me to take legal action. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, I actually responded to it. Wait, let me tell you what I responded. Let me get it. It's going to take a second. Erin, if there's anything that you can put up while I'm doing it. Let's see. I'm going to pull up what I said. Stand by. Hold on, let me find it because I think it was, I can't remember exactly what I wrote, but I know that it was, it was July 18th. This is going back. Stand by. I knew it was like, okay, you know what I mean? It's like how I respond sometimes to people when they say bad things about me, and I just go, your dad doesn't feel that way about me. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Maybe I didn't respond. Oh, I did. I said, there may have been a time in my life where an email like this would have upset me, but unfortunately for whoever sent this, I'm in my prime and in possession of an ironclad self-confidence. Try to think about me less and enjoy your weekend. And then I signed it, Jess, Bunny, Snatch Donkey, and your dad's favorite. So there's that. So anyway, I just kind of felt I needed to have a conversation about Bunny. I do encourage you to go back and watch the Bunny After Dark videos. It's adult content. There's no nudity or anything, but we do talk about sex, which I think, if I'm correct, everybody but Kate Peter has had on here. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with women talking about it. Just also a reminder, like, I haven't read them and I haven't seen the movies, but there's like 50 Shades of Grey out there, right? And these things were like multi-million-dollar movies and books. There is a beyond niche group of people that are interested in talking about these things. And there's like a lot of like evidence and data to show that. So like there's that. So okay, are we done with the Bunny situation? What are we at for time? It's 10 o'clock. That's great. It's perfect timing. Okay, let me read a comment or two. It's hard for me to see them. Can we take the bunny ears off? I love the bunny ears. We can't do the... People love the bunny ears? It's my own little brand I made too. It's like so sad that they made me like... Erin, stop interrupting Jess. Plan your show in advance. You are interrupting her thought process. Do you want to get blocked? Don't do that. Why are they saying Aaron? It's Erin. Erin. All right. Leave our bestie Erin alone. They're gonna come for her, Erin. They're coming for her. All right. So that's that. And I think, I mean, I don't want to overshare, but if you want to really affect me, if you want me to like sit back and like really reflect on life, like you have to come at me as a parent. Like that's the only thing that makes a difference to me. My parenting, I'm very judgmental about you and how you parent, which is why Kate Peter and I could never be friends. I've said Kate Peter like 5 times today, but like she is going to love it. If I'm snobby or you can judge me on my parenting. That is really it. If I fail there, I feel like a failure in life. Those are the things that really, really get to me. That would sting. calling me a bad mom, saying my kids suck, they're not going to be anything in life, like all those things, like that would really, like my kids don't like me, which is not true. They love me. They really love me. Like my kids like come in my bed at night and like hang out, and they're older. They're like 16, 19, 24. My daughter, Julie. The other day I got into a fight with someone. I won't get into it. It was an argument, and it dragged up. Bring After Dark shows back, please. Oh my gosh. What have we unlocked? What if we, Erin says, sorry to interrupt. What if we unlocked Bunny After Dark Days? Whole different set of sponsors for, for Bunny After Dark Days. I got into an argument with somebody the other day, and it drug up or dragged up. It drug up like lots of feelings and emotions, and like I think everybody like functions on a daily basis without going back too far in their lives to things that cause like pain. And anyway, my kids witnessed it. And I don't like it when women say, my daughter is my best friend. I lean on her for everything. She's my whole life. It's actually not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to be that for your kids. There are like a weird facet of women that like basically depend on their daughters or their kids to like carry them through like their life's bad decisions. I'm not like that. So my kids all kind of just like came and comforted me, and it was like a very interesting moment where I kind of recognized like I've really done well with my parenting. They were all just very intellectually, emotionally overachievers. And anyway, it was just really great. So yes, After Dark, please. I'm here for the filth. Whose side are you on? We cannot bring back Bunny After Dark. It's not happening. All right, let's go. With memberships in a community, they will be your new sponsors, and you can do what you want. So I'll go over this, and we're going to transition over to LTL and talk a little tea. In order for me to do this for a living, I'm learning that there are all different sorts of revenue streams. I actually had to create a business. And I remember when Aiden got out of jail, he was talking like he had to take time to kind of like get things in order. And I understand that now. I needed to actually create a business. And that's a very scary thing because I don't want to go all in out of fear of failure. And so if this fails, I don't want to have put so much time into it where I say, what a waste. And I've had a business before, and I put so much into it, so much emotional value into it, and it closed in 6 months. It was a little like children's convenience consignment store, and it closed in 6 months. And it was so difficult for me. I would not even drive past it. I would drive around in town where it was so I wouldn't see it. I live around the corner from it now, but there was a time where I couldn't look at that failure. And so making this into a business and going all in, like, it's a little bit of apprehension because it's like a business, and if I fail and blah blah blah. So but I had to do it. So anyway, we're legit. We made a business. We've done all these things. And now I recognize there's all these little like weird revenue streams that pop up. Like I'm monetized through X. I'm now monetized through here. There's ads. There's my Substack. There's I do some freelance writing. And so there's all these little revenue streams. Until those things are substantial, I need my advertisers. They allow me to pay my bills and pay my phone bill and be able to not go and get a real job so I can do this full time. I'd like to come to a point where I don't need my advertisers, and I adore them and love them, but I feel like all these little revenue streams will eventually add up to just enough. I'm not out here to make a lot of money, just enough to get Erin to quit her job so she can do this full time. That's it. That's all we want. And a trip. We'd like to go to Fort Lauderdale again. That's it. Okay. Yeah, go in the pool. No bunny ears for this next segment. We okay? All right. So let's get into some tea with Brian LTL. So just so you know, Brian does not know I'm going to be talking what I'm going to be talking about. He did text me. I did not respond. But I feel it's important to clear the air. So let's go back to last year. I am covering the Karen retrial, as some of you may know, not as well known as I am now. And Brian LTL, I will, the way I learned about Brian was I wrote my article about Turtle Boy when he was in jail. And so I had this interview with him. It was the first interview with Aiden while he was incarcerated. I don't know if incarcerated is the right, when he was in jail, being held on his 60 days. I did this interview with him. Fall River Reporter published it. And I didn't know anybody at the time other than Aiden from him writing a story about me, but through talking to him through his attorney, Tim Bradle. And so someone messaged me and said, there's a guy and he's reading your interview with Turtle Boy on his podcast right now. And they sent me the link and I clicked, and I think Brian was streaming out of his home at the time, and he was sick, and he was like reading through my article, and that was a big deal to me. Nobody outside of this area had been like looking at my work, and I started to like get some people commenting and very moderate followers. I didn't get anything crazy, but that's how I have a hair that's like itching my nose. That's the first interaction I had with him. And then I started covering the Karen Reed trial the following year. So trial 1, and Brian reached out to me and asked me if I would be a guest on his show. And I said yes. And then he would ask me more frequently. And I didn't really know who the content creators were. There's now obviously a huge community, but in trial 1, I was still kind of navigating my way through it. So I did some shows with Brian, and then prior to coming on the next trial, Brian had reached out to me and asked if I would do a weekly segment with him. And I was a year later. I had learned a little bit more. And also this time around, I was not working for Fall River Reporter, and I was doing this independent thing. And I was like, okay. And he said, I'm willing to compensate you. And I said, okay. And so I thought about what he asked me, what I would want to go on his show each week. And we came up with a number, and I agreed. And the number one reason I agreed is I didn't understand how these things work. But what I did notice is that Brian would give a portion of the money he earned during shows to the Karen Reed trial and the defense fund. And when I would go back and see his donation, I would calculate, well, if that's 25% of what he earned while he was on the air with me, he earned a lot of money when he was on the air with me. And I was like, if I'm going to be a guest all the time, and I'm going to bring the views, which I was bringing the views. And I'm not saying I was the view bringer, but I understood the value of what I brought to the table. I cultivated a number. I gave it to Brian, and Brian was like, yes. And I just want to be very clear. Erin is pointing out that it wasn't the exact number that I asked. The number that he gave was a little bit less, and I agreed to it. And so he said yes. I said yes. He drew up an agreement. And I just want to say upfront, he was extremely professional about it. And I have been fully compensated for the work that I did. I think he actually even gave me a little bit extra for a week or what have you, or like a show after the fact, or I'm not really sure. But I think neither one of us could complain about the professional agreement that we had. And so that was pretty much that. Then the trial ends. And as you know, I had been thinking about starting my own show. Now I've fangirled over all of these creators. I like Maza Media. I like The Glarer. I like Mike Crawford. I like Aiden. I like LTL. I like all of these guys. I will share their work and their stuff, especially when I'm on their shows or they invite me on. By the way, just for full transparency, many people ask me to be on their shows. I would do a one show for free for anybody. And then if it were going to be a reoccurring thing, I was very clear that I would need to be compensated. I fumbled one, and I'll openly admit it. Who is that guy? People will know. Is it Runkle? Do you know who that is? Targaryen? What's that? Game of Thrones guy? I don't know who that is. You guys will know who it is. It's the Runkle of the Rumble of the what? I don't know what it's called. I was in court covering Karen Reed, and he messaged me and he was like, would you like to come on the show? And I did. Ian Runkle, thank you. And I don't know who he is, right? But I sent it to the group chat, and I was like, this guy's asking me to go on the show. I didn't know who he was. I went and looked at his YouTube, and he has like, I don't know, he's got like hundreds of thousands of followers. And I was like, oh, this is a big show. And I was like, I will need to be compensated for this. And I said, I do have an appearance fee. And I know some people are going to say, hi, Maza. I know some people are going to say, I'm going to get to this in a second, but like, I decided I needed an appearance fee, and I said what it was for the hour. And he said, you know what? I'm going to think about that. Maybe as the trial goes on, I'll reserve that for another time when there's like the verdict or whatever. And he did not message me back. And so I think maybe in that instance, I looked at him and his numbers, and I thought I should be compensated for this, because he's probably making a lot of money off of this. And I never heard back from him. And so I fumbled that. And I should have stuck with my rule of thumb, which was I will do one show for free. I did a podcast with a girl, and she's probably on here. I know she follows me. It was terrible. It was bad for my brand because I could barely get through the conversation. And she asked me on air if I would come back, and I was like, sure. And I was like, never again. So I always felt like a one would be great and be sufficient. But with Brian, he's very structured. He has a whole thing. He does a lot of work. He gets all of these things going. He's got the thumbnail clips. Everything is just perfect and very well done. And I appreciated that. And so the partnership was great. And I also feel that, you know, I wasn't making any money off of what I did. And I don't know how else to say it. It's just minimal money, minimal things. It's not enough to live off of. And all of these guys were way ahead of me, and they were all making money. Mike Crawford makes money. They make money off of what they do. And I felt I needed to protect myself and find ways to earn money from my talent of talking and bringing my perspective. If you didn't want it, then don't pay for it. And I don't want to be like a boss babe here with this, but I don't know. It was my thought, and I don't regret it. Anyway, just don't ever compromise. TB should also request to be reimbursed for his appearance as well. No one works for free. I've said that about Aiden, and I'll bring it up another time, but I think, well, he can make his own decisions, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a bad thing, but I was just very protective over my brand. Anyway, no issues or no problems. Here's where the problem happened. And maybe it's being dramatic or girly, or I don't even know how to say it, but the only person that I called the day that I got is so self-important, a dig at me, or is that, I don't know what that means. Anyway, so the only person that I called outside of like my friends or family the day I got the keys to the studio was Brian. I called him right away. And there's two reasons why I called him. The first reason is that I understand Brian to be very competitive and also cares very much about the other creators around him, whether he works in conjunction with them or does not interact with them. I know Brian cares very much about the competition in the small industry we have of Karen Reed or post Karen Reed life. And I know he cares about that. I know that because I worked with him and he would talk about it frequently. And so I don't pay attention to what my other people do in that respect. I don't care. My competition is with myself. And for your loyalty and views, I don't compare. And Erin will testify to that. It's almost maybe to my detriment. I don't care and I don't pay attention. I very rarely watch other shows unless you're talking about me. I don't watch your shows unless I'm on them and it's a replay. It's not because I don't think it's interesting or you're not good at your job. I don't have time. And I know enough about you where if I'm agreeing to associate with you, share your stuff, or be on your show, I feel comfortable being adjacent to you. I don't obsess over it. I don't watch. I don't care. I don't compare your numbers to mine. I am in my own realm, and who I'm competing with professionally isn't even a part of this whole thing. And I'll divulge that at another time. So I know how Brian is about these things, and in my opinion, Brian can let it get to his head. And so knowing that about him, knowing that he may consider this competition in a way, I called him. I called him leaving here. I called Erin first, I think. I called Kathy. And then I called Brian. And I wanted to tell him about it. I didn't want him, I was gonna announce it, and I didn't want him to hear it from here because I didn't want him to like get weird about it. And I'm not going to say that he was like excited as my besties were and like my people, but he was nice. He's like, that's great or whatever. And I asked him, I was like, I'm going to need your help. Like, I need help with my studio and setting up the things. And he was like, yeah, sure. And like, he never did. And did I ask him, 5 times, hey, can you come here and do this stuff? I didn't. But I thought that the conversation was clear, that I was looking for some help. You guys know, I don't know the way things work. What did that say? Arising. Oh, I thought that my conversation was clear. I was looking for some help. I don't know how to do these things. There's a reason why we haven't done the sit down piece yet, because I'm still not 100% sure what I should buy and how to connect it all. There's a reason Erin doesn't have a mic. It's because we don't know how to do it. And so I asked him about it, and he did not, he never, came back around to that. And maybe I could have called and asked specifically, hey, can you come here at this time? Or, hey, what do you think about this? I didn't, but I thought that the conversation was enough. And Brian has never shared my show, not one time. He has not talked about my show unless I haven't seen it. And I have people that would tell me. I didn't feel like he was reciprocating my enthusiasm for his show for here. Now, I guess over time, I've thought about it and said, maybe he viewed us just as a partnership financially and like a contract. And if that's the case, I haven't invited him on here. I just started getting a lot of questions, people asking me like, where is he? Like, blah, 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 blah. And I just, I felt like I needed to just kind of clear the air. And I'm also going to say something else, which I know is not going to be popular with people that like Brian. And I feel it's important. The Nathan Reed interview was terrible. I hated every second of it. I did not like the questions that Brian asked. I did not like the style of the interview. I have watched it since then, and it was uncomfortable for me because it was not good. And I think Brian is really great at some things, and I just don't know if interviewing is it. And then I don't know. It was just really hard for me to be there for that. And I was so excited because I really like Nathan, and you can see at the end, I kind of interjected and asked some questions. My style is very different. But I really believe in like quality over quantity. And so I just had some issues with that interview, and that's it. And so I wanted to just kind of, somebody just saying needs a bigger studio. I just feel that there is Brian, that there is a constant level to one up and compete. And I don't think you need to do that. And I'm a friend, and we're peers, and we are all doing this together. And you don't have to view me or anybody else as competition. Everybody is different and has their own style. But I just felt like I needed to kind of put it out there, if that makes sense to anybody. And I know there are a lot of people that like Brian, and I know that he did a lot for Aiden when Aiden started. And so I just felt like I needed to kind of clear the air about it. And then I wanted to also be open about the partnership and getting paid to do the show. I would not have done the show if I wasn't getting paid, because I understood my worth and what I brought to the table. And, I know Erin is really great with looking at the views and things. When all of our faves go on each other's shows, do they get paid? I was totally unaware of that. No. So I don't know if other people have contracts or get paid. I just know that that's what I asked for. Erin is asking me if I was ever going to pay somebody to come on. Do I think I would ever pay somebody? No. No. I don't. No. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't think people get paid. I needed to get paid to come on a show every single solitary week while you're getting money. What did somebody just say? Upgraded my phone. Wait, what did I saw a super chat? We'll see them later. So I just wanted to be clear and open about that. I wanted to be clear about the partnership. I wanted to be clear that I was a paid actor to go on. I don't mean it that way, but you know, like I said, Erin was watching the views. You know, I brought the views to the show. I'm not saying it was extraordinary views, and all of these shows are relative, but you know, people would watch for me to be on there. And so I got compensated for that. I am a little disappointed that there hasn't been any camaraderie from Brian after I called him about this. But knowing Brian and knowing how he views other creators, I understand he's very competitive and he's very protective of his brand and is constantly trying to elevate. And that's what did that say? You sound like a total hypocrite. Maybe that's for me. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I just wanted to be open and I wanted to be honest about that. If that makes sense. I want to hear of it. Didn't LTL hire you and you never went into his studio? No. So there was never anything about me going in the studio. I went in for the Nathan interview. He asked me to go in for that. Brian didn't ask me actually to be on that interview. Nathan asked for me to be on that interview. That is what I was told by Brian. And so who's Nathan Reed is Karen Reed's brother. Yeah, so Brian called me and said Nathan Reed had asked him, you know, they were going to set up their thing. And Brian said, and then he called back and he's like, you know, can you ask Jess if she could be on? Thank you. So anyway, so that is kind of it. I have said before, I think what Brian does is very different and he puts a lot of work and effort into it. But, you know, it also put me in a position sometimes where he doesn't work with some people that I really like in the industry. And I, you know, I pushed through that many times. And I hope those other people didn't get mad at me for being on his show. It's just complicated. And the main reason for doing this is I would like it to be out there, and then that's that. Brian did message me and he saw that I was going to talk about him. And he's like, who did I piss on your Cheerios or something like that? And I don't know. Maybe this won't be a good look for me, but I just feel better just kind of talking about it and stuff like that. That's it. Anything else? If that all makes sense. I think I'm just reading some comments. Oh, somebody said I need to grow up. I do probably. I think, you know, so I'll tell you, I was going over this list on what I should talk about, and I was talking to my husband about it. And I was like, I don't know, like, should I talk about it? And he was like, one of my favorite things in sports radio is like when the sports radio hosts have like beefs with other sports radio. Like I'm a Kirk Minahan fan, by the way, and Kirk Minahan and Dave Portnoy fight all the time and they yell at each other. And it's like very interesting to watch. But what tipped the scales for me is my husband was just like, yeah, people in the industry like fight and go at it all the time. It's good drama. So I don't know. That's where I'm at. Does that make sense? Melanie Nan drama? Is there drama between them? And what is this about Betterow super chats? MB felt like people had to ask to. I don't think a source will ever trust. Oh, who is this? The same person that say, So I have a lot of sources, and they do trust me. I never reveal a source. We have a troll in the comment section. That's great. It's going fast. Yeah. I'm not sure. Barstool challenges. I love Bettero. He's great. I fangirl over him all the time. Nan Melanie beef is fake troll created. I don't even know anything about it. There's a beef between Nan and Melanie. Wild. Yeah, I don't reveal my sources. I have a little bit of an issue right now with the sheer number of contacts, emails, and messages I get asking me to cover stories. That is probably the biggest problem I have. So that's the LTL stuff. I'm done talking about that. If the chat keeps talking about it, that's okay. I'll go back and watch lives later. The biggest problem I've been having is the sheer number of people messaging me and giving me information and things they want me to investigate and look up and dig on. And then I've got all these fake burner accounts that message me and say all these things, and I don't know how or when I'm going to have the time to go through and work on them. This got a really great message from a bestie. And so, oh yeah, that way. It's very hard with all these sources. Also, it gets very heavy sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I'm overwhelmed with the amount of things that I know, and that I want to fix and help, and I don't know how or when to find the time. It stinks, actually. Law girls, not attorneys. She messages me too often. I'm overloaded. My inbox is a mess with messages and a lot of different things, which we can probably take a second and we can flip over to the story that I wrote this week. I'm going to pull it up. It's on my Substack. So I also fluctuate a little bit. I go back and forth because X is essentially, they only want things on X. They want you to write articles on X. They want your lives to be on X. Anytime you put a link to an external source, I don't get the traction on it, and I have to reshare. And I will give you an update on Murphy the cat, by the way, if you'd like. It's very hard, and so I'm teetering between like posting as an article on X or posting on a Substack. But I have my subscribers to Substack, so I have to put my work on there. I'm not sure what the best solution for that is. But this week's article I did write on Substack, and then I did a thread on X, if that makes sense. We're going to talk about that. Let me give you a Murphy update. Murphy is home. If you remember this viral video of this cat being stolen by an Amazon worker, there's some tea on it I can give you. Number one, Kathy has bought a location collar tracker for Murphy, and now she sees where the cat is all the time. I think she messaged in the chat the other day. She's like, I am shocked at the sheer amount of people that let my cat into their homes, because they can see him, like she can see him on the map go into houses in the neighborhood. So like this cat is he's being cared for. She named the Don't Steal Murphy, or Murphy Don't Touch Him is the air tag. So he's got a collar on and he's living his best life. He's back home. He's totally fine. He's 18 years old. However, there was a cat in the same neighborhood that was taken, and like somebody put it out there and was like, oh my God, my cat is missing. And everybody was like, hope was not an Amazon driver. Anyway, they posted it on all the things. The cat shows up like the very next day. So like there's this conspiracy theory that this Amazon driver was going around and taking cats that were outside and then bringing them back to her house where she had many cats. Murphy's doing great. Thank you for asking. Murphy's slutting around. Nan trying to create her own show. Yikes. Anyway, so I have had a source in Boston adjacent to this for a while. And this source was giving me information about these sober houses. And so if on my Substack, can we grab the Substack article? The last one. So this I think is kind of a bigger issue, and the sober house one, yeah. So essentially this sober house is a woman's sober house, and this same company also has men's sober houses. So they have 2 men's sober houses. I think they actually have 2 women's sober houses, and this is one of them in Dorchester. And this insider told me that in July, workers for the sober house received an email about attending a training on how to handle clients who were part of the LGBTQ plus community. And so these sober houses, this one, for example, has 28 rooms. It has 24/7 staff on site. And you're essentially there. I thought I saw or read it was like 30 to 60 days, maybe 90 days, and you're here getting sober and you're living here. And I think you pay a portion of your income to live there, and you get treatment there, and you stay in this space. And I don't know enough about addiction, admittedly, but I have known people who have been in treatment. I've known women that have been in treatment. Many times, a lot of these women have issues with men that are adjacent to their sobriety or lack thereof. And so this is why I believe they have had these sober houses split, men and women. I've had other women coaches talk to me about the importance of keeping men separate from women so that their work on their sobriety can be protected from these outside factors and things. And that is an important part of this process. So employees get a message about this training, they attend this training, and then several weeks later, 2 transgender, again, is it men? 2 transgender women, so they're transgender women. 2 transgender women joined one of these homes. And according to my sources, they are making the women there, not only the women that are clients there, but also the staff uncomfortable. And this is, again, there are no locked doors in this space. Everybody's sharing a space, sharing bathrooms, sharing everything. And there are 2 biological men now that are in this sober house with these women. And, again, not knowing enough about the industry, but knowing a little, I can understand that there are some clients and there are some staff that are upset about this. One of the transgender women that has joined this house is aggressive, and it's making people uncomfortable. But they wanted this information out there. They wanted people to know. They felt that this is something that they needed help with. And I think shining a light on it and bringing attention to it is a part of that process. And I think there's also some anonymity that needs to really stay put here. Clients aren't going to come forward and say anything because, again, they're in treatment. They're very vulnerable. And so I reached out and I contacted this sober house, this company, and they did not give me a comment. Their director had been out of work for a couple weeks. She came back on Friday. And, I've since heard that the program is not happy with the story. I have been told by sources that they are looking at social media of employees and looking at social media of clients. And they are trying to figure out who was sharing this information, which, I think is very unfortunate. Whistleblowers should be protected. And I think this is a whistleblower situation. I think you have a real question that comes up is whether or not, women who are vulnerable and looking for help and trying to get sober can be in a shared space and program with a transgender woman. And isn't the reality if they feel uncomfortable, then that's the reality. We would accommodate so many things that make them uncomfortable. Like, you don't want them to be side by side with family members that potentially, are associated with trauma. So they're not there. Like, I think it's a valid concern. And I think, in an effort to be inclusive and to kind of create this whole thing, you're putting people in a situation that's counterproductive to, their growth and their health and why they're going to be there. I hate to say it, but, what would be wrong with establishing, a program for transgender women to go to? I understand that maybe there aren't a lot of them that are dealing with it in sobriety, or maybe there are, I don't know, but why not have an environment or a home that is separate? And now, people are going to talk about segregation. Well, I mean, we had the own mayor of Boston, Mayor Wu, have a Christmas party that was exclusively for people of color. So if that didn't upset the left, if that didn't upset, the Democrats in Boston, where you have only people of color going to a Christmas party, it shouldn't upset you that I'm saying we should cultivate a program for transgender men and women to live in sobriety, like style homes. It would have to be separate. And I think, now we're looking at, this company, nonprofits, of course, and we've talked about this. You have nonprofits that, NGOs that are nonprofits, but they're funded through state money. Maura Healey funded a $2 million grant to Rise, this corporation, Rise Massachusetts, RIZE. They are part of the sobriety work being done in Massachusetts. They are a partner of this Sober House. You go back and you start digging and you're looking, and it's the same. It's almost predictable at this point. The more I look, it is the same situation. Somebody sends me a message about a nonprofit, or a company rather. I go and look the company up, surprise, they're a nonprofit. Then you go and you look at their tax documents, surprise, it's multi-million, dollar nonprofit. Then you go and you scroll down even further, and then you look at who are your board of directors, and you look at those names and then you write them down. And then you go over to campaign finance and you plug those names in, and 99% of the time they're donating to Maura Healey and to Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey and all of these Democrats. Time and time and time again. It is the same process over and over and over again. And then you scroll down even further and you see how they're paying these people. And you've got CEOs and presidents making hundreds of thousands of dollars for a nonprofit. And then you go back and you look at their names, and yes, they are also donors to Maura Healey, to Elizabeth Warren. I know I'm sounding like a little boring and dramatic, but it is the same exact scenario every single time I look up a business that is involved in some sort of controversy. It is a nonprofit. It is funded with state or federal dollars. It has a CEO that makes way more than the average person that it services. And they are also donating to the Democratic politicians in our state. We could play a game, but I bet every single organization you send me that's involved in something, it's the same scenario. And so, this whole thing is, I've dug up on them as well, and all of the other groups that are associated with them. It's the exact same scenario. I get very frustrated with this need for inclusion, DEI, all of these things. It's counterproductive. It's like this becomes the main point. The main point is we have LGBTQ transgender women. They want to be sober. They've got to go in this house. And now we're going to teach you how to deal with it. I wonder if they even had a training for the people who were going to be cohabitating with the transgender males. Were they talking to the clients? Do they get a say in it? I can tell you right now that they don't. And that's why, people like me get these stories, is because they're getting frustrated. That's showing there's a man sober house. There's two of them. So, and I'm going to even give some slack here and say that, okay, maybe a transgender woman doesn't belong in that house either, but they also don't belong in the house with women either. And so I think, as with always, it's always going to be a matter of time that there will become an issue. You know, one bad apple doesn't ruin the bunch, but what if we have men that are now transgender females living and sleeping in these homes, going through sobriety issues, maybe having some struggles, and then we have a sexual assault? I mean, like, what is that going to take? And I'm not saying every transgender woman would participate in something like that. I'm just saying, why are we even opening this up to be a possibility? And so I just find it really interesting. And I think it's interesting that people can't speak up for themselves. They can't say that they don't like this or they don't want this and they feel bad and they need somebody to talk about it. But I was happy to oblige on this one. I think it's a really big deal. I think, you know, hearing, and by the way, thank you to everybody who either is a sober coach or been in a program who messaged me about this. It really helped me get a little bit more of an understanding. Not one person, by the way, not one person who either worked as a sober coach in a house or is a recovering addict said to me that this was a good idea. It was the opposite. Coaches messaged me about how important this would be for these women to be in these safe spaces. And I just, you know, I don't know. I just think they're struggling and they would like somebody to bring some attention to it. And I don't think the attention that they're getting right now is the good kind. They're basically trying to find the mole and the snitch, you know, and people are getting worried and concerned about their jobs. And I don't think that should be a problem for them. I mean, if you're so worried about making your environment inclusive and so worried about accommodate your employees and your clients and give them a space where they can be safe and give you feedback and tell you what's not working for them without fear of retribution, without fear of being fired, without fear of being kicked out. Give them that space. But I think what's happening now post article is they're unhappy. And by the way, I called and they have not returned my call for a comment, but yeah, so that was the story that we did this week. There's a little bit more on that. I didn't go into the organizations, the nonprofits, their connections, the money, and all of those things. Rise got like $2.2 million in the 2024 budget that Maura Healey signed. Got to look a little bit more into that, but yeah. So I wanted to share that article if you haven't read it. That's that. How are we doing in the comments? Am I getting raked over the LTL stuff?
No,
We moved past it. Oh, yeah.
There was some stuff.
Oh, Erica's in the chat. I know Natalie's going to be mad I touched my hair. I'm sorry, Natalie. Okay. So we're going to have Christopher join at 11. I can't believe it's already 11:15. Can we do it? Can we do Mallard? So printing is who is responsible for me having this space. I know I talked about it, and I was asking if we could get an actual ad from them, and they made one. And I love Mallard Printing. I'm gonna go over my sponsors one more time. If you do interact or buy anything or use any of my advertisers, please let me know so I can talk about it and we can give them a little bit of extra love. I would appreciate that. I can't read all of these comments. It goes too fast. Young Jerks. Bunny After Dark. I got ashamed for taking my shirt off and rubbing my chest for a comedy video. How obsessed are they? You did? I didn't see that. Wait, Mike took his shirt off for somebody send me that link. Mike Crawford and I are on the total opposite ends of the spectrum politically, from what I have gathered through the years. And now Mike Crawford is a frequent flyer on the Howie Carr or Grace Curley show. Do you know you're on a Republican show? They love him though. I do too, Mike. I think it's a great way to show like Mike and I can have different. Hey, bestie, your husband is pretty hot. Who saw? Oh, I posted a picture of my husband last night. We were at the concert. I'll have to tell him because he doesn't watch my show. He doesn't. He was here for the first one and he does not care. He will not watch. Yeah, Mike and I are like complete opposite ends of the spectrum, but it's funny we can all kind of get along for the sake of getting along and good conversations around Karen Reed. And Mike is sometimes he has to be my go-to for live streaming for court cases. If I'm on the go or I'm not there, I'm very dependable. I'm dependent on him and his live streaming, which I really appreciate. And I go to Melanie Little too, because that has also become like, I just know if in a minute, if I have to get on, if there's a court hearing or something like Aiden's, I couldn't go to this week. I was not feeling great. And I know I can go to either Mike or Melanie and they've got it on. And there's something to be said for like being that dependable. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, Mike on Grace is really great. I love the irony of it all, that Mike is such a lib and he's on Howie Carr. It's such a full circle moment. I love it. So that's great. All right. So I know we only have like 10, 15 minutes. Can we do? Oh, I have it. Let's do our commercial. And then we never got to talk about this feel free thing in that video. I need to say it, but let's go to, my friend Jeff's. So Mallard Printing is our studio sponsor. Mallard Printing has done so much work for me. When I ran for office, my political yard signs and my big signs were printed here. For candidates, they have done mailers, printers. I mean, so a lot of my work is with politics, campaigns, politicians, people aspiring to be elected. Mallard Printing does all of that. It's an election season here in Fall River, and it's an election season next year. And I just find there's nobody better than what Mallard Printing does. I've used them. Every campaign I've worked for uses them. They do things. I don't even know how to explain it, but at one point for a candidate, I was like, I have a vision of a flyer and it needs to look like this, and this. And I just say the words. And then like in the same day, they will send me a proof of it. And it's like exactly what I thought. And then if it isn't, I go, can we change this, and this? And then like within an hour, they send it back. Like they get it done. It's fast. Like you don't have to think about it. I don't know what it is. They're very important to me in my life. And they're also very important to me in the show and very generous. And Jeff Marks and his partner are great. They actually did a really great ad video, but I found that was for Literacy Week. And it's a cartoon one. And I would show that, but we made another one about voting and campaign materials. And so let's play that.
Great campaigns don't start at the podium. They start at the print shop, because every vote counts and visibility wins races. At Mallard Printing, we design and print everything your campaign needs to stand out. Yard signs, postcards, stickers, plus pieces for every door direct mail to put your name in mailboxes across the neighborhoods you're running to represent. Fast turnarounds, local support, professional design, start to finish. This election season, vote for Mallard Printing, your campaign headquarters for materials that move voters. Design, print, win.
Win. Facts. Thank you to Jeff. I love them. You forgot what was in there. The video? Yeah, I put it off to the side. See, we're learning. We've only got 10 minutes. Can we talk about this thing, this feel free thing? Because I'm really obsessed about it. And I saw another video this morning about it, and I need to talk about it. So, do we get any videos of it up, by the way? Any chance? The feel free on Instagram or anything? Do you have Instagram up or any chance? If you do, and you just type in feel free drink, it's going to pop up. So I was watching a video, a reel, and it was this girl talking about this drink. And there is a store, I know, I'm not going to say where it is because I don't want people to go and get it, in Fall River that has it. Okay. No. Oh, yeah. If you want to show what it is, it's like the little blue bottles. Okay. It's an energy drink. It's a little blue bottle. It reminds me of the little bottle from Alice in Wonderland where she takes the cork out and she sips it and she either gets big or small. It's a small little blue bottle and it says it's feel free drink. And it is supposed to be an energy drink. It is, I'm not really sure where it started. Is there a woman? I'll show you the exact one that I'm looking for. TMZ had it. TMZ had it on here, and I was like, I couldn't believe it because I had seen an article about it, and now TMZ has an article about it. Just goes to show, like, I get it. It's this girl. Have you seen that? I can give you the hashtag. Her name. Hashtag Jasmine, JASMINE, capital ADEOYE. All right. Yes. I just got a great message. If you need help investigating leads, I could help you out. Anything you need, let me know, and I'll see what I can do. I've got plenty of time on my hands. I will take you up on that, sir. That's a great message. So, okay, this stuff is crazy. This is crazy. And I, as a parent of teenagers, I had to have a conversation with my kids about it because I feel like it doesn't look like it could be dangerous, and it's pretty dangerous. Yeah.
Too. And one of my favorite wellness podcasts, which they're very much about like holistic wellness and really just taking care of yourself, all good ingredients, started promoting this product as an alcohol alternative for sober people. And it sounded like a godsend. The two hosts of the podcast were going on a hiatus from alcohol, so very similar to my situation. And they promoted this as something that you could drink out with friends. You wouldn't have to have a hangover or have any of the negative effects of alcohol, something that was non-addictive, or I thought was non-addictive at the time. So I tried it. The first time I tried it, I had a lot of adverse and negative effects, but I did try it a second time because I just wanted to see what the hype was about. And maybe I just had a bad first experience. And the second time is when it did give me a very, very euphoric feeling. People often compare it to like taking pain pills, something that definitely should not be sold over the counter. And it was just a slow progression from there into addiction.
How much of this product were you taking daily or weekly?
Yeah, at the height of my addiction, which I got clean in March of 2024, I was drinking anywhere from 9 to 12 bottles a day. And it wasn't immediately that many at the very beginning of me taking them. It was a very, very slow progression into a snowball of addiction. And that's what's so scary about this product, is that you think it's working really well for you. You think it's making you more productive and energized and adding a lot of value to your life. And then one day you're taking an extra bottle and then a bottle on top of that. And it just slowly becomes more and more until you're in full-blown addiction, which I've never experienced in my life before.
When you realized you were addicted to this product, how was that compared to, you said that you decided to get clean from alcohol. What was the feeling? How would you compare those two feelings?
Yeah, so when I quit alcohol, I didn't have any physical withdrawals because I wasn't drinking every single day. I was just a very heavy binge drinker. I've always kind of struggled with not being able to take things in moderation, but this feel-free drink was a beast that I had never experienced before. I had never had, physical withdrawals from alcohol. And when I started having physical withdrawals from feel-free, that was really scary. And that's when I had to ask myself, am I physically dependent on this? Because it really wasn't that way for so long. And then it really snuck up on me. So that was scary. And it was really scary to open up to people about, because you feel like something's wrong with you because you become addicted to a quote unquote wellness tonic. When reality, it's, marketed as something completely different.
What do you think about the government saying that this is tantamount to an illicit drug, and that is how they're going to treat it? Which I would imagine, if they go through with that, that means that these products go away from convenience stores, and now suddenly it's going to have to be something that is prescribed, and if you can get it at all.
I think it's an amazing step forward. I feel like my voice and many other voices are finally being heard. I've been posting about this product and my addiction for the past year with, little to no progress as far as seeing, actionable steps and getting them taken off the shelves, because this is 100% a drug. And it would be ignorant to say otherwise. So yeah, I think we're making a lot of positive steps in the right direction.
So that is the first video that I saw. That's not the first video. So the first video I saw was a guy. It was just a regular guy who has social media. He's not an influencer or anything. And he's like, guys, the craziest thing just happened to me. Like, I was on my way into a store and a kid who was like 12 or 13 years old was asking me to buy him this drink. And so that was the first video. And it made me sad, like thinking of a kid asking or needing and being desperate for this. Then I saw this video. So I was told by someone that there is a store in Fall River that has it. I haven't seen it. I actually, my plan is to kind of go and you've seen it? Oh, my plan is to kind of go around and ask and see. I'm a little worried about it because this video of this girl is very similar to other videos that I've seen, and people are talking about it in such a crazy way where they're addicted to it. What's in it is kava root extract and kratom, Kratom, kratom leaf. It's a tropical evergreen tree native to Southeast Asia, used for energy and focus. It also includes water, pineapple juice, natural flavors, stevia leaf, citric acid, and iron. But the kava root extract, which is sourced from the South Pacific, traditionally used for relaxation and calmness. And then the kratom leaf is the other thing. I've seen people talk about kratom and how dangerous it is. Some people have it in a tea. But these stories, there are so many stories like this. And it's worrying me, and I felt like I needed to like share it with people. And I mean, do I get worried about things in a way that most people don't? Maybe. I'm a worrier by nature. But if I can prevent somebody from doing it, or like be aware of it, or pay attention, it's usually sold as a powder. I've also seen it in pill form, like in little pills. But this drink, I guess because it's ease of access. You're drinking it. It's supposed to help you. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. So anyway, there's that. And it's worried me. I worry about everybody a little bit. So I don't know who takes that. I don't know anybody that takes it. I'm just worried about it. Wait, I have tea. Some people not related. What is this? Oh, this is for late. Don't send me this while I'm on air right now. I can't talk about that. I know that we're going to expect Christopher on in a minute or two. I do want to just give you an update on a couple things I'm working on. I am speaking with some people about coming on and being guests on the show. I want to have a guest every week. And now that we're here and we have people here and we have the platform, now I can go and say, here's what we do. Take a look at what we do. And would you like to come on? And one of the people that I am talking to and her team is Carolyn Raphaelian from Alex and Ani. And I know all the ladies on here, and you men should know too what Alex and Ani is, but it was the bracelet frenzy that we all partook in. I still have all my Alex and Anis. I feel like we need to bring it back. But she is the show and tell. I'll bring all my Alex and Anis. So she created Alex and Ani. Her dad was a jeweler in Rhode Island for many years, and her sister worked for him. And then after her two daughters, she created Alex and Ani, which were these bracelets that everybody had. I remember my first one. I remember my last one, and all of the ones in between. And I think for a lot, I worked at Victoria's Secret in Cranston and Garden City as a manager. And I remember she came in, and one of the women who worked for me also knew her, but they weren't big back then. We didn't know who they were. And I was helping her and her daughters. And my friend was like, oh, she just started a jewelry company, and they all had stacks and stacks of bracelets, but we didn't really know what they were at the time. And I just remember how she interacted with her daughters, because remember, I'm like a mom snob, and also these bracelets. And now years later, they've gone through some changes. She's no longer with Alex and Ani. That was her baby. But she has also started a new company called Ann Livy, I believe it's called, or Ann Liv, and that's after her youngest daughter. And my oldest daughter, who was a baby when I got my first Alex and Ani, now she is like following the new brand. She also owns Secondant Vineyards, if you've ever been there. And I'm just fascinated with her like journey as an entrepreneur, as a leader. I think she's very real. I think she's had to be very vulnerable to go through this whole thing with her company. And so I messaged her team and asked about not advertising, about her coming on as a guest. And I thought it was so funny, but her team went and checked out all my social media and was like looking at everything and was like, well, let's talk about what we would actually talk about. And so what I'm saying this is because if you have someone you think I should interview or someone that you would like to learn more about, you should message me and let me know who they are. And then let's just shoot our shot and see. There's a really great social media influencer or lady. Do you know? There's a woman on social media and I messaged her team too. And I'm hoping that she comes on, but she is like this Southern mom and her language is off the rails, but she has a daughter who is autistic and she has like a really great perspective on how she handles it. And she has a daughter who is not. And I love watching her. And again, mom snob, like about how she navigates through life. Anyway, she's hysterical. I've reached out to her team too. But if you have somebody that you think would come on this meager small platform, could you send me a message and let me know? And I would love to interview them. So I think we have Christopher. He's jumped in. So let's bring Chris on. He's my bestie. Hi, bestie.
How are you?
Good. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I want to introduce my whole platform to you. So there's a lot of besties here, and they might not know who you are. I know some are watching locally. If I had to describe who you are, I would say this is Christopher Silva. He started off as a small little bakery owner, and now he wants to take over the city, and he's running for mayor. How would you describe yourself?
I mean, I think that kind of sums it up, right?
I think so.
Yeah, you did well.
First, are you nervous?
I am a little nervous.
Do you think I'm going to ask you questions that you don't want to answer?
Listen, I have to answer all questions, right? I'm prepared.
This is practice.
I'm ready.
It's practice for when you become mayor. And then you're going to have people that come over to you and ask you questions all the time.
For sure.
So for full transparency, as a Republican, I can't go out and work for a campaign or help a campaign if there are Republicans running. There are two Republicans running for mayor in Fall River. You're not a Republican. You're an independent.
Mm-hmm.
But we talk often. And one of the things that we talk about is navigating through social media attacks, which has really been a big point of this campaign for you. So before we talk about where you've been and what you're doing, I want to talk about this particular thing right now. It seems to me that there are not only fake burner accounts, but also people in media that are coming at you from all angles since you've decided to run for mayor. Talk to me about how you're dealing with that, first of all.
It's been happening for about 6 months now. It got really heavy. Never heard any of this stuff prior to that Easter event I had with the police, but involving the police caused some drama with people who don't like police, right? So it all started then, and I had some trouble dealing with it because I've never experienced that kind of hate before. This was a unique situation for me, so I had to rely on other people to try to get through it. But I'm at a space now, like you said about using the C word, if you take the power away from them, and you just put it out there and you own your past, there's no more power for them. So I'm in the process of that right now.
Is that something that you thought you would have to deal with? Like saying, hey, I want to, right.
Never in my life. Not to this level. I mean, it's just gotten hateful, and I don't think I've ever been hated before. So it was a new experience.
Do you think it's really hate? Do you think people really hate you, or do you think it's motivated by maybe the people that you're running against?
It's absolutely now that I know the little intricacies of all of this game, it's definitely motivated by people who enjoy what they have and want to keep it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about why you decided to run for mayor of Fall River. Fall River is a very interesting city. It's gone through some serious transitions. They recalled a mayor in Will Flanagan. They elected Jasel Correia. Jasel Correia is serving in jail in federal prison right now for that whole situation. We've had Mayor Coogan in for a while, and some people may say things have just been going fine, right? You're a business owner. For those who don't know, Christopher owns one of the most aesthetically pleasing bakeries, sandwich places in our community. The food is just ridiculous. It looks beautiful. It tastes great. I don't even know how much it costs because I refuse to look at prices. I just go and I get and I eat. And so you're a business owner.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing this? And you've never run for office before. This is the first time. Why are you doing this?
Listen, I wasn't even a voter for my life, right? I was too busy struggling. I didn't feel like anyone was helping me or listening to me, or so there was no need to get involved in voting. But when you start doing things in the community, cleaning up the rail trail or helping homeless people, you start stepping on toes, right? And politics just creeps its way in because now you're exposing things that should have been done that weren't done, right? So I got myself involved in it that way, and I just felt like if I could do this with the network that I had, the friends that I had, if I could do it just as an individual, imagine what I could do if I had the power of the city behind me. You know, I would have never thought ever in my life that I would be in this position, but here we are. I just want to do more, and I think I kind of capped out as just an individual with the amount of stuff that's going on in the city.
When you like point something out, whether you're driving by somewhere and you take a video and you show an area of the city that doesn't look great, or whether you're on the rail trail and you're making a difference for the homeless people there, like, is it because you genuinely have a curiosity? I think some people think some of these things are planned. I think people think that you are like, there are some people in this community that feel like we're being duped, that you literally set this whole business up and did all of these volunteer things and did all of this stuff just to kind of get yourself a platform so you could do this. Like, just talk to me about what it's like when you're driving around and you see something and then you say something, which is a very unnatural concept to some people. A lot of people see things, but they don't always say things.
Right. And I was that person for a really long time. I think we all just become accustomed to what the city looks like, so we don't pay attention to it. And I was that person for a really long time. But as I started to get involved, I saw that it was like crisis time, right? As far as the quality of life around here. And when you become a small business owner, you start noticing things. You start talking to customers. I mean, I was a loner my entire life, so I didn't really talk to anyone, but I started talking to people. I started listening to stories, and I started paying attention. And I think in order to get to the next level, you have to visualize the reality, right? So I can tell you that the city is trashed, and it doesn't make an impact. But if I show you, the impact is huge, as you've seen, right? It just creates all kinds of ripples, and that's what I think I did. And I think it was effective.
I mean, it certainly feels like people in the city appreciate it. It certainly feels like people have said, wow, I've never realized this before. But it seems to me that people in leadership roles have taken offense to it. And they don't like that you're calling these things out. Or if they do, they're not saying that. And then in some instances, they've actually adopted your style or what you've done, and they've taken it on now all of a sudden. So how is that when you're feeling like, I mean, okay, can we just pretend we're talking and it's not like on camera, but like,
Sure.
don't you get pissed off when like they now they're doing the rail trail? So for those you don't know, we have the Quequechan rail trail down here, and it's like this supposedly beautiful space where people can go on bikes and walk, and it goes through where the river used to be. And I've been on it with my kids, but there's a real homelessness problem adjacent to that area. It's filthy and dirty. Nobody has taken care of it. You've been doing it for over a year, going out there and helping people who live there, helping to clean it up. I've seen you in action, right? not when you were aspiring to be mayor. And now all of a sudden that you're running for mayor, now we have community groups like policing groups in the mayor's office who now are saying this is a priority, they're handling it. Doesn't that kind of piss you off, like they're copying you? Doesn't it feel that way?
Listen, I know everyone's got their motives, right? Again, I've been dealing with this for about a year now, especially on the rail trail. I never had even heard of the rail trail prior to, me and Ryan going there and wanting to clean it up. It was never in the news. I mean, I know now everyone's saying, oh, we've been taking care of this for years, and we've thrown $3 million at it, and I didn't even know it existed. And no, it doesn't piss me off, absolutely. I mean, I wanted to get done. That was the goal. The goal was to get it done. I have learned, and maybe I shouldn't say this, I have learned that sometimes shame brings action,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
How and for those who are asking, Christopher is running for mayor of Fall River. He's running against incumbent Mayor Coogan. And then there are, I believe, 3 or 4 other individuals who are running for mayor as well. Let's talk about how, if anything, has this affected your business at all? So has this hurt your business? Has it helped your business? What's going on with your business, which is how you live? And I actually feel your biggest service to the community is your food. Like, is this impact deciding to run for office as a business owner? Some people as businesses won't even support a candidate, let alone run for office. How's it impacting business?
I think with my hardcore followers, running for mayor was, they saw it as a natural progression for what I was doing. And they're very supportive. But the hate and the scandal and all of that stuff has definitely had an impact, not only on me and my family, but my business as well, for sure. I mean, I can't deny that. It has.
Let's talk a little bit about these recent, I would say, social media news groups that have been talking about, like, things in your past. People are saying that you've stolen money, you weren't a good business partner, you had relationship issues. All of these things are coming out. I've done my due diligence. I've looked into you prior to meeting you. I can't find a thing. I can't find an arrest record. I can't find a charge. I can't find anything. What are you saying about this? Where these people, and by the way, people who claim to be media outlets are talking about these things. Some have redacted and taken things back. Some have removed podcasts. What's the situation with this?
I think I'm in the mode right now where I'm trying to get ahead of it all. By finding my own proof, and then before it comes out. I think I owe it to my followers to disprove these things, which is unfortunate. I don't have any trust in the media around here any longer. I mean, I think they've blown that. All I can do is wait for the next shoe to drop and then disprove it. That's all I can do at this point, because we're at a time now where literally you can go online and say anything about anyone, whether it's true, whether there's any basis of truth or not. And it's just something we have to accept and deal with.
She's gonna pop my eyes, and I'm like, no. I lost 70 pounds doing it, but I mean, I don't feel safe doing this because I have some.
Did we lose him?
So they would.
Did we lose me? All right, we're back.
These. The other doctor saying, no, that's not good. And the shots are making me.
We got him. See there?
And
I'm
can
here.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I guess let's talk a little bit about. I feel like there's some background. Can you hear? Like, is my show playing somewhere? Can someone?
I'm gonna take you outside. Hold on.
Wait. Show us your restaurant. Is there any food in there?
Yeah, there's food in here. Chelsea. My daughter's here, actually. Say hi.
Look how cute. Hi, Chelsea.
So that's it.
All right. So let's fast forward, Chris. You win an election.
Yep.
You're mayor of Fall River. You're done celebrating and you walk up to the 6th floor. What are you doing on day 1? No. Was he on Wi-Fi maybe?
I can hear you.
Okay. You froze a little bit. What do you do
Get it
on day
together,
one?
Jess.
You're elected. What do you?
We're on, right?
You're elected day one. What are you doing on day one?
On day one,
Yeah.
I'm going to work. Going to work. I mean, there's a lot to do. I know that I want to build a team right away. I want to get that in order.
I just would like to say for the record, it's not me, just so we're clear. He could have just driven here and just come and sat on the side of me. No! I'm going to give it another minute. Let me read. Somebody just said, somebody's saying, get it together. Somebody said, I need. It's definitely not me,
It is
Christopher.
you. It is you. Get it together.
All right. It was better inside. I hate to say it. It was better inside.
Is it? I think we're good.
It was.
Let's go.
I'm sorry. This isn't the Bobby Kudo show or anything like that.
You don't say things like that, Jess.
I do. And I say I'm in the chats. We chat all the time. I love how, you know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I think how you're acting right now is not how you talk in the text messages to me. In the text messages to me, you are far more personable, you are more energetic, and you're being too conservative and calm and professional. That is not who you really are.
Do I have permission?
Yeah. My besties deserve authentic individuals. They
Listen,
deserve.
I'll explain the many faces of me lately, right? I have to everything that I say and do now, I have to be cautious because again, I'm always waiting for the next shoe to drop. So it's something that's always in the back of my mind that I have to be very careful because what's happening is everyone's taking a little tiny bit of the truth and they're creating this big, huge narrative. And they're attacking me with it, right? So I think my personality has changed a little bit throughout all this, and that's just the way it is right now, right?
I'll allow it. It's fine.
I mean, it sucks. It sucks. It 100% sucks. But it is what it is. I have to be careful.
Let's throw a hard question out at you.
Sure.
Some people will say when they comment on a social media post, and you're huge on social media, you have a really big following, you use it as a platform.
Right.
When you see or hear something you don't like, you block somebody. And people say, well, if he's going to be mayor, how's he gonna get through all of the criticism? What do you say to your blocking? Is it a mental health issue? You don't want to see it? Like if I can't see it, it's not really there. Like, or what's the real issue behind blocking someone who's being critical of you?
Okay. So what I do before I block someone is I take a screenshot of what caused me to block you, right? So I always want to make sure I have some backup. I'm becoming a lot like you, actually. So before I block someone, I take a screenshot. It's either a rude, obnoxious, irrelevant point to whatever I was talking about, and I will block. I'm a business owner, and I have the ability and the right to curate my page the way I see fit, right? Just like you. If someone posts something on your personal page that offends you or offends your friends, you have the ability and the right to block. And that's what I do with my page. If you're going to be obnoxious, if you're going to say something rude, or you're going to attack another person on my page, I'm going to block you. I mean, I think I learned that from you, actually.
Yeah, receipts. We always need receipts. Speaking of receipts, I got a really great screenshot this week. So let's talk about this. Fall River Reporter is probably the largest media outlet in Fall River. It is. There's just no way around it. They have built a following. The Herald News used to be our dominant news source. You know, the mainstream media is not getting funded the way it used to be. Fall River Reporter exists. It's big. It is what it is. I worked there. It is what it is. This week, on one of your social media posts, you talked about a debate, and you were talking about how you were going to have your own town hall style event. You were going to allow the public to ask you questions. You were going to live stream it. And the reporter who works for Fall River Reporter, who was hosting a debate they asked you to participate in, wrote a comment that was clearly meant to be a private message between her and the owner of Fall River Reporter. It essentially shone a light on the fact that they were digging into your past. They were making fun of your style, saying you had delusions of grandeur when it was coming to simply an event where you would allow the public and taxpayers to ask you questions. And it certainly made me feel as if this reporter clearly was not a fan of yours and was actually working to expose things about you to bring things out. How do you, first of all, can you literally talk me through what it was like when you saw that comment and you recognized what it was? Like, did you get excited, or were you like, what? Like, talk me through it.
You tell me how you think I reacted when I saw that. Was
Thought
there
you were
some
off the rails?
Was there some dread? Was there some terror? Yeah, because again, I'm not used to navigating this kind of awfulness, right? So, I mean, I'm back there cooking, and this message pops up, and I just went into crazy mode, right? Because I still do that, again, because it's a difficult thing to navigate. But yeah, I went a little bit crazy. I mean,
So
this is a media outlet, and as you said, they're incredibly large, right?
Right.
That's a big mountain to climb for someone like me, right? So if you have the administration coming after you, if you have the largest media outlet in our area coming after you, and then you have these nutcases coming after you, now you have an entire army coming against you, and it's a bit overwhelming.
At certain points in time, do you not recognize that the reason they're coming after you is because they're scared that you could win?
Listen, to someone with extreme toxic masculinity, that might be a thing to pat yourself on the back about. I don't have that, so no, I don't see that as a pat yourself on the back kind of moment, that they're coming after me just because I'm popular or just because they think I'm going to win. It's awful no matter what. It's awful no matter what. To me.
I think a lot of people who don't know you, and by the way, you should go follow Christopher's page. Not only is he a supporter of my show, but his brand and his business that he has built from scratch literally is amazing. So follow him on Facebook. But behind him is the area of South Main Street in Fall River. And this was an area that was long forgotten. It was overlooked. It was messy. It was dirty. It was not pretty. And Christopher took an old space and just changed that building, the outside, made wonderful things inside, and then brought community here. I went through some reels and I was looking at all these videos you made, and I made one for you. And I don't mind saying that. And all of these news articles of things that you've done in your community, you have had Santa come to your location for children that have sensory issues, which as a parent, we've only always had just the regular Santa Claus to go to. And then you created this space where children who have sensory issues can come. I mean, you've put food outside for people to come by if they have no food. You've put vegetables and food outside for them. And then you beautified this whole street. You encouraged other businesses to thrive and make everything look better. I drive through there frequently. It's beautiful. What you've done in that one part of the city is really amazing.
Thank you. I mean, that was another thing I thought about. If I were to be able to become mayor of the city of Fall River, I want to do that citywide, right? Is it possible? I think it is. Nobody would have told me that doing this on this corner of South Main and King Philip would have been possible before, but I think it is possible. I think we need it. I think we deserve it, frankly. We've been through enough. Yeah.
What's a typical day look like for you? What time do you get up in the morning? What do you do first thing when you wake up?
So I'm a creature of routine, right? So I get up at 1:15. I leave the house at 1:30. I hit the Pleasant Street Dunkin' Donuts by 2 a.m.
Wait, what? Wait, stop. What?
Yeah. What part?
1:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Go
I go to Pleasant Street Dunkin' Donuts. I come to work, I turn the oven on, and I work all day. That's pretty much it. I leave here around 3 o'clock. We go get our fresh produce. We plan for the next day because I don't have a menu. And I'm on the couch with my 3-legged dog by 6
That's
every
crazy.
day. Why?
I don't know. That's a 1:30. Some people are just getting to bed getting to bed at 1:30. You're getting up. So yeah, I mean, I think that's really I'm saying about the time because the time is surprising, but I do recognize you're very disciplined in your approach to your business.
Mhm.
And it shows in what you do. And when you just said you didn't have a menu, this is what I think, just like this out of the box style that you have. So Christopher doesn't have a menu. It's never, you can't walk in and be given a menu and say, we have these things every day.
Right.
It's different. Every
Right.
day there's something new and different. And you keep coming back. I remember when you first started, people were like criticizing some of these things or whatever, and you did not change. You were like, this
No.
is my vision. This is my business. This is what I want. You didn't like succumb to the pressure of any of those things. And you've built this beautiful, beautiful brand and this beautiful business.
Yeah, yeah. I've never had a menu. Actually, it's just I'm not the type of person who can do those kind of things and do the same thing all the time. And I just think we need like out of the box thinking, and it hasn't worked. Your way hasn't worked. So we need to have some vision and think outside of the box. 100%.
What do you need from people who live in our area to help you with this campaign? I know that you are struggling with the structure of a campaign because it's not your style. It's not,
No.
you didn't anticipate you were doing this, but I have confidence you have some really great people around you that are going to kind of get you to the finish line. But if people are interested in helping you or supporting you, what do you need from them?
We need sign holders. I'm going to start fundraising soon. Just general support. Again, I'm not structured, so I can't say, we need you to do this and we need you to do that. But my best friend Ryan is kind of taking it over, and he's going to get me a little more organized as far as campaigning. So just support.
Before I let you go, I feel
Yeah.
like it needs to be said. There has been some criticism or talk about previous relationships that you've had. And, I feel like it's the elephant in the room because this is one of the most talked about things on Facebook these past few weeks. And I personally feel a lot of the criticism that is being levied towards you would not happen if you weren't a gay man. And I think this
Right.
is a very interesting concept Fall River has not dealt with before. I'm surprised at the bigots that are coming out of the woodwork. How much of you being, a gay man is playing into this election and the attacks that you're getting?
I'm not sure. I've never had to actually deal with that. Nobody's ever asked that question of me. It's never been brought up. I never had to come out. I never had to do any of that stuff. I was just me. So I'm not sure what part that is playing in all of this, but I suspect it's playing some small part of it. But that's okay. I mean, listen, I can't change that, right? So there we go.
Yeah, I just, there's so many things about what this election is looking like right now and the attacks. I mean, just for people who don't know, I can't open up my Facebook without seeing something attacking Christopher. I mean, it is every day. It is all day. It is nonstop. And I think it's so distracting from this campaign. I think it's so distracting from the candidates, like the mayor and his people. They have a lot of things they have to talk about that they are responsible for and things that are not going well in the city. And instead of talking about that and solutions, there's a lot of talk about your personal life, your business. I think it's very distracting. And I just wanted to go ahead.
Sorry. I think that's called flooding the zone, right? I think I'm 100% positive that this is an orchestrated thing, right? There's too many similarities. It's coming from, this part of the city. It's just, I think it's very orchestrated, but it's not going to work. If you would have done this to me last year, I'd end up in the fetal position crying my eyes out, right? But it's just not going to work. So like you said, I'm just ready for it, and it's not going to work. So bring your best or up your game, and we'll handle it from there.
Will you come into my studio and sit in that chair and do a real interview?
Yeah, because I didn't like the way you did this.
I'm on week 3 with no snacks, says Erin. Nobody's delivered any of your fine pastries here.
I told you
have to
guys
watch
send me
your
your
pistachio rolled croissants on Facebook all the time, and I haven't had one. Maybe if I get a sweet treat, I would give you a better platform.
100%. Anything you need. You're becoming a big thing. Everyone's talking about the Jessica Machado show.
I know.
And I think it's huge, and I'm honored to be on it. Really.
I know you don't love this thing, and you walked away and the Wi-Fi and all these things, and I apologize. You deserve better, and I know how much you care about aesthetics, and this does not look or sound the way that you would want it to look. I know you're going to text me when this is done, and you're going to bitch about it. I know that.
100%.
Great.
I'm unhappy.
Somebody just asked in the comments section, who's going to run your business when you become mayor?
So the person who trained me 8 years ago, her name's Allie. She actually moved away from the city because she couldn't take it anymore. I asked her to come back, and she's sold her home, and she's buying up here, and I'm going to turn it over to her.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think why are you making those eyes over there?
Well, I mean,
You
I
see how
don't know.
paranoid I am?
I don't know her. I want to make sure she's going to be able to do right by this business. Some people are very dependent on your product. I'm just saying.
She actually trained me.
Okay.
So someone did tell me you should just close it down, right? And focus on the city. Being mayor is not a job. It's actually a lifestyle, right? It's not a 9-to-5 job. It becomes your lifestyle. But what's important to me is I think we created something in the South End. And for me to just abandon this place that so many people rely on now would be a slap in the face. And I'm not going to do that to a neighborhood that gave me, that made me what I am right now. So it's staying open no matter what. I
did want to bring you on today because I wanted to address some of these issues going on with social media and the attacks on you. But I definitely would like to have you come in and all of the mayoral candidates and just ask them questions about their plans for the city. What are some of the things that people are saying they'd ask for change with, and then how you're going to impact that when you get elected. But that'll be a little bit more formal. This was just more about the political environment going on right now surrounding this campaign. When is the primary, Chris?
The 8th, September 8th.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anybody who's interested, I know Erin is going to, Christopher is on Facebook. I'm trying to link it, but I can't get it open at the moment. We'll get it up. It's just Facebook. Yeah. So we'll link Christopher's political page. We'll link his Facebook page either now or at the end of the show. It's Christopher Silva. It's Christopher's and Nate's on South Main Street in Fall River. Are you open on Sundays, Chris?
We're not.
Okay. Day to sleep. But he's back on Monday. And if you're in the city, you've got to go and check out his business. It's amazing. Bestie, thanks for coming on and chatting with me today.
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. All right. So by the way, for the record, it was him, not me. It was not me. I can ban him from the studio. I could click that. It's hot in here. I just tried the link, not sure if it's working. Chris is really great. First of all, he's a Republican. I know that he's an independent, but he's a Republican. Don't let him fool you. We're going to talk about what he plans to do because it deserves more of a formal setting than this, that's for sure. But I don't have a problem with saying I text Chris daily, and a lot of the conversations we have relate to social media and personal attacks. And I've not only had a campaign where those things have happened to me, but I've worked on campaigns where it's always the same. It is always the same. When you are a threat, the attacks happen. When you are a nobody and you're running for office and you're not threatening anybody's power, nobody bothers you. You can sometimes just walk into an election. It's only the people who, because the regular average person, the regular average voter does not feel compelled or feel it necessary to go after a politician or a candidate, unless you're like Michael Morrissey. Michael Morrissey is going to have so many people working against his candidacy for district attorney in Norfolk if he runs again. I don't know. The verdict is out. That's the exception. What he has done is just it's unfortunately opened himself up to a whole new realm of campaigning. But for the regular person running, you don't see people that actively feel like they need to harass or lie about a particular candidate unless they, one, had a personal issue with them, or there's some history there, or two, you work for a candidate, or you have a job with a candidate, or you're the candidate that person is running against, and they feel worried or threatened. You know, I understand we can't change the game, that you can't just walk into a campaign and say, well, I'm just going to run on who I am and that's it. You can't control what other people do. I just think it's really hard to watch. I feel for Chris. I really feel for Chris because he is getting so much brought at him. And then this past week to see this comment from Joe Good, who is the reporter at Fall River Reporter, where she is just, I'll pull it up actually. She is thinking she's messaging the owner of Fall River Reporter, and she inadvertently comments on one of Christopher's posts, and it's not nice. And it's like, and then how can you, I'm getting such funny messages. Like, how can you even, oh, that just got me distracted. Sometimes look, Christopher did a podcast. Look, and I circled his arms and his legs in this one. I said, this is great. The sun's out, guns out. That looks good. Let me find the comment that she wrote. So, and then there's a lady that's going after him, and she brought up the Bunny After Dark thing too. I completely forgot about that. Wait, this lady. Oh, let's do that. This lady, Amy Lynn Hoestry, she posted about Bunny After Dark as well, right? Funny thing about Amy, we'll talk about that in a second. So on Christopher's post, this is such a little nugget that you never get. It's like the Morrissey emails where you get information and you didn't expect it, and you're like, oh, it makes my endorphins go crazy. But Joe Good commented, a town hall meeting, visions of grandeur. Well, I guess your love-hate relationship is now the latter. Glad to hear he's not hiding tough questions because he's going to get them. I missed a text from Joe yesterday. He wants to talk about a text he found. We'll call him soon. And Andrew didn't call me back, but did do a Facebook friend request. We'll reach out to him again. So here's a reporter, and she is like, basically, first of all, I don't know why or how you would make that mistake and post that on Facebook as opposed to a text message. It was posted on one of Christopher's posts or something like that. It was on his Christopher Silva for Mayor. So he posted something about doing a doing a town hall meeting, and Joe Good commented on it. What a gift. What a gift. Wait, someone said, Jess, you need help. FYI, an easy peasy solution for your cloud trauma. Move items into locked folders within your iPhone, then set up everything but locked folders to but they're locked. What do you mean locked? I don't think I want to. I'm scared of the cloud. There's the puppy. He adopted a puppy with 3 legs. Oh, I just think it's really irresponsible for people to go after candidates and make things up or talk about personal things and talk about all of this. Listen, do you think that I haven't heard or been told that Paul Coogan had a mistress? Do you know how many times people have sent me and told me that? I don't report that. I don't talk about that. Do you know how many times I'm told that? I just told it last week. I get this kind of stuff all the time. If you're a reputable news outlet, you don't talk about that. You don't report that. Oh, is this his stuff? Look at all it's got really great stuff. So anyway, that's Christopher. Did I get through everything on my agenda? The food does look good. The food is ridiculous. It's just yummy. People just trash people everywhere. I don't know. I mean, there was a time when people would talk about me a lot, and I also would have that same feeling of like being on a ledge and like really unhappy and upset. And I don't know, I've adjusted. I used to joke all the time that people doing things like that to me, like this bunny thing and all this stuff, it makes me stronger. Like it makes me, if I were the Hulk, I would just be getting bigger and bigger. Like I absorb the bad things and it just makes me, so if I got through, like we can talk about it, but like the Turtle Boy article was probably like the lowest of the low. I was not mentally equipped for it. I wasn't politically equipped for it, socially equipped for that article. And I remember that day, and I was just like, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. That day and the day after, because there was a day after, and every day after that, I was stronger because I got past the shame. I got past the embarrassment. And by the way, just so people know, it's not talked about enough, but the reason why there's some shame and embarrassment in, like, say, the Turtle Boy article about me is because there's some truth to it. There wasn't anything in that article about me that wasn't true. And it affects you because you're embarrassed that you behaved in such a way, or that you said something a certain way, or that you did something and you're not happy with your behavior. And so you're embarrassed. And I admit that I'm not, while I stand by it and I stand by things I say and do, I think to some degree it affects you and you're embarrassed. And I'm sure some of the things that Christopher is getting thrown at him matter to him, and he doesn't love about himself, and they're not really great things, and it's hard, and so you get embarrassed. He has a lot of competition not living there. I don't know much about the city government. Yeah, I mean, Paul Coogan has a total machine behind him, and it's tough. Brandy K, what Turtle Boy article? Bless your soul. 2020, Turtle Boy wrote an article about me, and it was I can't believe there are people that don't know about that. Yeah, so I was running for school committee, and there was a real serious machine in Somerset that did not want me to get elected. I certainly didn't know how to run a good campaign back then, and there was no chance of me getting there, so they didn't even really need to do it. But they took some information about me and then sent it to Turtle Boy. He never reached out to me. He didn't ask me any questions about it. If he had, I probably would have been able to stop him from doing it, because there's not really much to it. But one of the things was of an old satire video of me. I did like a video for something Fall River political stuff, and they took an excerpt of it, and me talking about teachers and old people and calling them the C word. But it was, again, it was a satire video. It wasn't like me in my everyday life. And they sent that to him. And then I held a fundraiser the day before COVID locked us all down. I was running for school committee, and we weren't locked down yet. Everything was open. And so we had our fundraiser, and they shamed me, but COVID was a lie. So in 5 years, who was right? Somebody said Amy is a skank. So I'll give you tea, because now we're getting to the end. I'm not going past 12 o'clock today. I want to talk to the besties and look at comments and things, but we don't have to go that late. I need a nap. Wait, the Amy that was talking bad things about me and about Christopher, just know that we have some people, Fall River Raw, coming through with the receipts. Oh, Erin's going to bring it on the screen. Wait, with her? There's a so here's this woman, Amy, and she's saying mean bunny things about me, or thinking it's mean or whatever. But she has her own I don't even want to scroll back and look for it. Anyway, she was arrested for like assaulting a police officer or something like that, right? Something like that. She was arrested. I don't know. Fall River Raw came through with the receipts. Teamwork makes the dream work. What else? This is a weird show. I knew I loved you. Naps are awesome when I can get them. I don't nap. I have a real problem with people who nap. I don't like it, except me. Like if someone in my house takes a nap, it's a problem. But I like a good nap. I used to nap a lot. Like when my kids were little, like they'd go to school and I'd like clean up after, and then I would take a nap. All right. What else? Can we look at comments? Do we have super chat things we have to look at? No super chats today? Did they pop up at least to say thank you? If you sent them, thank you. Amy is, oh my God. Thank you. Okay, so Brandy K, you aren't, I don't know the conversation that's going. So, I think that's everything I have for today. I want to let everybody, thank you, Joey, very much. One of the reasons why this show isn't about any political things going on and why I feel compelled to do a daily show is I'm reading feedback, I'm seeing feedback. I understand a lot of people followed me and it was Karen Reed related and not political, but unfortunately, a lot of what I want to talk about is political. I do need to talk about, you know, some of the things that are going on in our state government. I do need to talk about candidates that are running for office, and it is going to be from a conservative point of view. I don't want to isolate anybody, but it's who I am. And so maybe if I do the weekly show and I talk about all those things, we can really kind of get political, and then we can save the Saturday show for the non-denominational besties, if that makes sense. But there's a lot of stuff that I have to talk about. If you don't know about this DOT contract situation, this is crazy too, but like, the state is rushing to sign a contract with a out of the country Ireland-based company for a 30-year deal with all of our like rest areas, and a company that is local put in a public records request because they felt or thought or were tipped off or knew that there was some sort of some weird stuff going on. It wasn't being transparent. This local company came in above the Irish company. The Irish company got the bid. So first and foremost, that's a red flag. You know, you're taking a company that's going to spend more money. You know, we're hearing from Monica Tibbetts or whatever her name is. I don't know. Is it Monica? I don't know. The lady, she's talking about, you know, the details. Well, actually, I love that people are trying to confront her on it and she's not answering, but contracts go out to bid, and why we are not looking at a local company with a more attractive price tag is the biggest red flag ever. And then, you know, the excuse that I'm hearing is, you know, over the course of the contract, we're paying a little bit more for a better product or better value or whatever. You know, very rarely do I see that in any type of, you know, outsourcing or, you know, contracts. Why would we not give local? Why would we not work with a local company? Why would we not come in with the price that's less? And what I love is that this company or whoever that is representing them, you know, submitted public records requests and then they were getting denied. And I just love that, you know, they're learning and everybody is learning that public records requests are the light and the transparency in government that we need. I got some feedback too from people that are saying, you know, can you teach me how to do a public records request? We can do that. We can do a whole show on that. We'll do a 1-hour show and we'll go through. I can't believe so many people need kind of to be taught how to do this. I always just thought like people could figure this out, and I'm not knocking you. I guess we just taken for granted we've been doing it for so long, and I think it's really interesting that a lot of people don't know what power they have. If there's anything wrong in your community, in your school district, in your city, in your town, in any organization that is funded by taxpayer dollars, you can submit a public records request for their emails, for text messages. You've all learned this through the Morrissey emails. You've learned it through the text messages with Lindsay Gattani, fake victim. The Karen Reed people know, but outside of that, not everybody knows. And so we're going to test you. Everybody's going to have to like do a test and submit a public records request to somewhere in your city or your town or your school department. Show me the request you wrote. Show me the response. What do you need to know? Like if I can't explain it, but like, I don't know. You've got to ask questions. You've got to put in records requests. You've got to get the information. I have a litany of them. I just circled back. I can give you some that I'm working on right now. So the city of Taunton was suing the Clarion Hotel, which was a shelter. They sued them for when they first started. the city would go over there and say, you're over occupancy. You have an occupancy limit. You're over. And every day or however many days they would go there, they were over occupancy, then they get a fee charged. And those fees all added up. And so then the city of Taunton sued the Clarion Hotel for basically saying you're over occupancy and here's all the fees. Just like any other business that violates Board of Health regulations or codes or whatever. And they took them to court. And then I was following this case and I circled back on it, and it shows that the case was dismissed. So first thought is, why? Second thought is, maybe they paid. Maybe they've paid it all, and so then there was no need to move forward. Maybe the city dropped the charges and isn't asking for the money. I don't know, but I want to know. And so I just recently circled back to this and asked for information regarding this lawsuit. So we're working on that one. Another request that we put in is for, again, in Taunton at one of the migrant shelters, a death at one of the at that hotel, where I've been told by two separate sources that they believe a woman was murdered. One of the migrants there was murdered by her domestic partner. I've spoken with the police on this. The lieutenant there that I spoke with, he knows that I'm asking for information. He knows that I'm asking for the reports, and he told me on the phone weeks ago I didn't need to put in a public records request and that I would just get the reports. He was waiting on the redacted versions of it. I have never received them. So now I went and sent in a formal records request for that one. Another records request that I have not received is I put in a records request for information and personnel file information regarding a member of the Boston Public School District. This is a person who I wrote a post about, who I knew had something to do with an OnlyFans scandal. I was told by people that he had been let go as the athletic director for the Boston Public Schools. He was out on a leave of absence. I was looking for clarity on that. This is going back over a month ago. Boston Public Schools has not responded to my email. There is a case about a man in Massachusetts. Some of you, especially you 2A people, know about this, but there is a man who was arrested and is being held without bail. Culata, I think is his last name, Kyle Wayne Culata, and he's being held without bail because he had dangerousness hearing. He had weapons on him and he had artillery on him. He's being held without bail. Some people are saying unlawfully. And so I pulled, thanks to a partner of mine, got a copy of the police report and the court documents. I submitted a public records request to that police department asking for body cam footage. They just responded actually yesterday. I just saw it this morning, that they don't actually wear body cameras. So there was no footage to get, but that was a very prompt turnaround. And I appreciate that they responded. I've got quite a few other public records requests. I just submitted a records request to Mayor Coogan's office in Fall River for all his emails over the past month. So that one should be fun. There's quite a few other ones, but if there's something going on in your community and you have a question or something impacting you, your kids, school, and you need to think about it in a roundabout way, out of the box way, and I bet that will lead you to, I bet I can put that in for a public records request. I love seeing everybody with these public records requests. They're starting up everywhere. The Brian Shortsleeve campaign, I can tell you about this one, for example. So Brian's running for governor. They had put in a request, again, for the Taunton Hotel, and found out that the Taunton Hotel had spent $30,000 in taxpayer dollars on repairs. So they heard about this. They submitted a public records request to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. They responded with data showing around $30,000 in state-funded repairs to this hotel. Now, for those of you who are following this situation, why taxpayer dollars were used to make repairs on the hotel is, I don't have the answer to that. These hotels were making multi-millions of dollars on these contracts. I do have those original contracts for some of these companies. We've got to go back and look at them again, but I do not believe they included repairs to the property, like to be funded by taxpayer dollars. So I love that the short sleeve team did this and understands the power of public records requests. They submitted the request. They got that information. They published it. Boston Herald picked it up. It's been published. I love that. We see it. The team went back and said, well, if one hotel has spent $30,000, then how much has all of the other hotels asked for in repairs, and how much has been funded throughout the state for migrant shelters? And so they submitted individual public records requests for each separate hotel. So not just one big bulk one, but one for each hotel, and submitted a request asking the exact same thing. How much money was spent on repairs? And the response they got was that none. They had no records in response to their request. And so I spoke with the short sleeve team and they said, well, what do you think about this? And I said, my first question was, did you do this all in one shot? Did you bulk them all together? How did you word it? I'd like to see a copy of it. So I saw the request. It was worded identical to the one for the Taunton Hotel. So the request was the same for the Taunton Hotel, which yielded the report for the 30,000, but all of the other hotels, and it's like over a dozen, none of them had any repairs. So the question was, do we believe that? Do we believe that no other hotel spent any other taxpayer dollars on repairs? I'm not so sure. But if that is the case, then we need to look at why Taunton had their hotel repairs paid for by the state in your taxpayer dollars. But in the meantime, we were kind of brainstorming on how do you authenticate this response that you got from the state that there are none. And so I said, if this were me and I were doing this, what I would do is I would go back to my original request and I would say, all you got from them was a printout, a little box, an Excel sheet, and it showed what the item was and how much they spent. What I would do is now go back and actually ask for the invoices specific to those requests. So let's just say they fixed the flooring and you're going to see an invoice from Aaron Raffa Flooring Company, and it was for $10,000. Then what I would do is I would get that invoice and I would submit a public records request for all invoices relating to Aaron Raffa Flooring, and then see if they pop up for any one of those. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's ways to try to well, you can't trick them because they're going to hear this because I know they watch, but you know what I mean? Like, kind of trick them. I did it myself, actually. One time I put in a request for the cost of a van in Somerset through the Council on Aging, and I submitted my public records request and the date and everything, and they gave it to me. And then to authenticate that, I put in that same request for the Department of Transportation to see that it was actually very different, the timing. So I don't always take the public records request. There's so much information in them. It's just a treasure trove, as Ariel would say. It's just a treasure trove of information. So, there's a lot of work to be done to authenticate the claims that there were no other hotels. But I am very curious, why did the Taunton Hotel get their repairs paid for by the state? Why? Who authorized that? And why? Aren't you making enough of money? You made millions of dollars. And so I'm very curious to see what the short sleeve team gets out of it. I know they're busy kind of running a gubernatorial campaign, but I like that they're doing like the little grunt work and getting information. I think it's so important. So you can do it too. I need help if anyone knows how to do FOIAs and requesting footage. If anyone can help me. What do you mean? I'm right here, bestie. FOIAs, Freedom of Information Act requests, by the way, FOIAs. I will teach you because I needed to be taught. FOIAs, I love that word. Is only applicable, I believe, to federal requests. So that's under the federal request for information. Regular public records requests in the state or for your municipalities or whatever, those all just are regular public records requests. We don't have to be fancy about it. You can just say, I would like to request the following. There's templates out there I can show you and ways that you can ask. Sometimes my requests are so simple. It's like, hi, my name is Jessica. I would like this. Sometimes I get more specific. I say, I'm a journalist. I would like to use this information for public consumption. If they attach a price tag to your public records request, sometimes you can appeal that and say, I'm using it for the public and not just personal use. And that can play a part in whether or not you get charged. There's certain things you can ask for. Less is more. You can always ask for something for a specific date and time and then expand on it. But they have a tendency to get kind of like, there's too much going on here and we need more time and we're going to charge you money. Smaller is better. Less is more. Start small and then get bigger and bigger. And then, there are some things that you will never get no matter how many times you appeal. I don't like to give up on those things, but Unfortunately, I'm at a brick wall with a couple of them. So, but I can help you do that, and we can do a whole class on public records requests. Is that good? Anything else? Aaron's going to jump on. Great. Can you guys hear Aaron?
Is it echoing?
Mm-mm. I shut mine off. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, you shut your mic off? Yeah, but they're not gonna. Okay. Well, some of these were questions for you, so I'll just do the ones that. So I'm gonna show this. Friends, if you can hear me, I've seen a bunch of these in here. Everybody wants more mods. The mods. Can I ask why? Is it because of the chat?
Ask why what?
I put the comment up. So it says like definitely
need more mods.
So Mike, there's been a few. So I'm wondering, like, are people being offended in the comments?
So what's going on in the chat? Do we need to know about it? Like, I don't know.
I haven't seen like too many.
We did
sometimes the back and forths get like, it makes it hard to follow the comments that are actually relevant to what's going on when people are having their own conversations in the chat. I don't know if that's what they're talking about. Let me pop over to the live comments. But if somebody could explain that, because I've seen a bunch of comments like, oh, we need more mods.
I don't know if you can hear Erin, but she's basically asking, can people hear Erin? But they're basically saying like, we need more mods. Why? Some people are saying you don't need more mods. Yeah, I have Erin in there and I have Tina. And I feel like unless there's a problem. So I'm just going to say this. I don't mind trolls and I don't mind people saying negative things. I would not block. So I can just tell you that I told Tina no blocking. Erin knows no blocking. I think one person was like a little vulgar and we blocked them first show, but I don't care.
And also, to my own defense,
you have one job, Tina.
I have hit a couple of buttons by accident on the
Erin said she hit a couple of buttons by accident, but I'm not blocking you. I don't care. You can say whatever you want.
So I don't know if people are being offended in the chat. I feel like they're just going to have to buckle up because
Jess could use a tutorial on figuring out what court sessions you can and can't watch on Zoom, call into, not stream, and how to assess them. I can definitely talk to you about that. I just want to let you know, again, courthouses are taxpayer funded. They are yours. You own them. And you can pick up the phone and you can call them and you can ask them, I would like to listen to this. Is there a Zoom? Do not feel scared talking to these people. They are wonderful people. My sister works, congratulations to TT, by the way. If it was her last day at the New Bedford courthouse, she has moved over. She's an assistant probation officer in Fall River now, which means if anybody wants to drag me into court, we can't go to Fall River now because my sister works there. So send the cases to New Bedford or Taunton. These are your buildings. And I know more than anybody that courthouses, court case, and I'm sure because there are many people relating to Aiden and the Karen Reed case that were dragged into court for the first time, the Canton 9 and these people getting charged with all of these crazy things. So I think there is a whole new group of people that have been exposed to the court system and the justice system, the police department, public records, and all of these things that nobody has ever been exposed to before. And you know, I myself did not understand how these things worked back in the day. I will be happy to share with you. I think the most important thing I can say is never feel like you're bothering people. Never feel like it's not something that you have access to. These are your things. Courts are yours and you should be able to have access to them. And there is access to them. And sometimes in regards to whether or not it's a public hearing or whether it's on Zoom, it sometimes does take a phone call or two. But the judge's lobby in the phone number you call or the clerk, criminal, I mean, we could go through the whole court system as well. Like you have district court, which is your criminal cases. You have family and probation, family probate that deals with divorces, child custody, power of attorney, all of those things. You have housing court. So that's if you're getting evicted. You have land court when there's land disputes. And then you have superior court, which is where Karen Reed's case was, and cases that get moved, criminal cases or others that get moved from district to superior. Some cases actually just start in superior court. Also in superior court, you can find defamation cases. I mean, we could do a whole thing about the court system, filing documents, filing for restraining orders, teaching you how to use the court system. It's a really interesting place to be. And I think knowledge is power. You can use these places for your own personal benefit if you needed them. One good thing that came from COVID is courts getting on Zoom and YouTube so people can get an education about our legal system and how things happen. I actually look back all the time at this hair is bad. I look back all the time at my first court hearing where I was someone was getting a restraining order on me. It was Zoom, but not even Zoom. I was a call-in. We didn't even have Zoom set up at the time. And so my first hearing was a phone call. You couldn't hear anybody. There was echoes. Some people were quiet. I think back all the time about how that didn't allow me to like properly defend myself. COVID was a nightmare for that. But you're right. One of the best parts about it is that now we have Zoom and we have access. They're stingy with it though. Sometimes they don't give it. Sometimes they say they don't know. Sometimes they put you on hold for a long time. They're not going to make it easy for you, especially for some of these high profile cases. In my experience, they've learned if Aiden Carney is on the docket, they have that number ready and they're getting phone calls. That's why people like Young Jerks and Melanie Little live streaming them. Obviously, the courts should be very thankful it's helping those people because they don't have to deal with the phone calls all the time. But it's your information. It should be available to you. I've been on a Zoom. I remember I was in Karen Reed's trial. It was a day of testimony. I was following the trial or the dangerousness hearing, I believe, or a bail hearing about a migrant that actually had raped his daughter. And they said that they were going to mute out some of the information in regards to that. They never muted it actually. So I got to hear it, but sometimes I can see how some things are muted, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's not muted in real life. So if you're at the courthouse and you're there, people can see it and hear it. So there's that. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I'm gonna just go through the last couple. So this one, it came on early, but I didn't want to interrupt didn't want to bother anybody interrupt. This was for Amy, our Amy, when you said that she would be on at some point in the future.
Oh, Amy.
Yes.
Yes, Amy
So,
will be on. She's
throwing this on for Amy because I know she's going to watch it after. So
Yes.
Selfie, we're here. Besties are waiting for you, Amy.
I will admit, the first time Amy was like, "Oh, if you want me to come on and talk about," I was like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I was like, I never really thought about that. Like, should I have someone on that was a certain way and now thinks a different way? And then I was like, that is a good idea. So yes, we're gonna work on that. These first 3 shows have been, I'm not saying not thought out, but these first 3 shows are, I would consider getting your feet wet, figuring it out, figuring out the logistics, figuring all of these things out, and then we'll take it from there and be a little bit more formal with scheduled guests and a little bit more structure. But then some weeks I might come in and just chit chat. I mean, again, you are getting a very tired version of me today. What else do we have? This is a success already. We are better for having you. Thanks, bestie. Thank you.
This is why I asked you this before. I had asked you this in a conversation that we had outside of the show.
Yep.
What I asked her before, I don't know if you guys could hear me. I don't think you could, is if she would ever pay anybody to be on here.
Right.
So this was somebody telling you to
you will want other
watch
creators.
yourself, and how I took it was be careful what you're saying,
Yeah.
because you might need to pay somebody, but I don't think you would ever pay somebody to come on here.
I don't make enough money to pay people to come on here. I mean, I think if I were making the kind of money that people were making, I would probably offer something, you know what I mean? But I don't make the money, you know what I mean? It's not a lot of money in this. So I don't know. I guess this maybe will not stand the test of time, the conversation I had about LTL. Maybe in a year from now when things are different, maybe I'll feel differently. I don't know, but I don't know.
I don't know. It's just a conversation.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you to the Law Girls again. I don't know if you saw this when they were on earlier. We were talking about having when you're talking about that and needing help to figure some of the stuff out.
Yes, we met her and her daughter at Karen Reed actually.
I don't know if we saw this one when it came up.
Just upgraded my phone and removed the dreaded cloud backup. Thanks for the push. We do not pay people to come on our classes. I am a volunteer, lifetime Constitution coach for Patriot Academy. What's that?
Oh, I gotta go back to those. Let me just get through these. This came up.
Jess, do you work with Mike Urban at all? I met Mike Urban at Mass Fiscal Alliance. It's on the wall. His pic. I can't turn it. I'll turn it. You'll get it. Hold on. I'll show you.
Oh, it's a drink. While you're up there, turn a little more so the air conditioner.
That sign is so Mike Urban and I were panelists on a conversation about wind energy and energy issues in Massachusetts. Mike Urban was one of the panelists. Myself and Jack Gately were also there. And then we met there. We've talked there. I know that he's done a couple of, he took one of my stories and talked about it. And then he took, I think, my Blue Hub story, and then he did a little bit more research on it. I really like Mike. I like what he's doing. I appreciate that he does a little digging and does the work. You know, it's very easy for people to, there's a certain thing, I've got to say it, because it's, so this is like, an extra part of what I do, which is the digging, the talking, the reporting, and all of those things. I don't just take things I see from somewhere else and then talk about them. I put in the work. I do the investigating. I do the digging. I get the screenshots. I really try to, like, you know, for my stories and the things that I'm asking you to look at and read, it's my own work. And what I like about Mike Urban is that he does the work. I love Jack Gately. He is really doing the work now. Jack Gately is that guy that has a camera and he's really good at it. I don't know what he uses, but he is going to places where stories we're talking about, Jack Gately is going there. And he's looking and he's getting video and reporting and coming back and asking questions and getting it all and reporting back to you. There's so much work. Aiden, I mean, aside from his personal sacrifice and everything he has done, Aiden does the work. He researches, he looks into, he digs. Like, if you're one of those people, and I know there are some of you that do this stuff and help out, you know what it's like when your brain is like thinking of what to do. And Erin, you have gorgeous hair, and what to do. You know what I mean? So there's just, I guess, I love Mike Urban because he does the work. That's, doing the work is really important.
This one just came up.
Do you guys get together after and give her a rundown, or are you busy producing and directing, Erin?
Well, right here. We're right across from each other. I don't know that. I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know. Do we get to get? I don't know. We're always here. If we're not here in person, we're here, or here.
We talk pretty much every day.
Rundown. I did make like episode sheets, and I have been taking notes, like at the time marks of stuff that I think she might want to go back to after, or just, you know, for one, like future reference at some time. So a rundown, busy producing and directing. That's not what I'm pushing buttons over here. I'm like finding tabs to do. So
Erin has a very passive aggressive style where she will say, here's this. Don't do it if you don't want to. I might be overstepping. Don't do it. Just here's my suggestion. And almost every time it's like, yeah, I would do that, or yes, I should do that.
Because I don't want to, you know, like the person said in the beginning about interrupting, I never want to change your thoughts or your vibes.
You can't change my thoughts or vibes.
Well, I know, but I don't want to put like a thought or an opinion in your head that, like, if you would have just seen the information yourself, like it might be a different opinion, because we're all fans of you.
I think it works like how we're doing. We talk all the time. I will send her things and ask her what she thinks. She will send me things. And I think it's really a good system right now, but she's very big with all of the behind the scenes stuff that I don't know how to do.
The how did we meet thing again. Oh, this is fun that it's coming up every time. I don't know that they want to hear it every time, but the same thing that she's talking about now. School committee meetings. We started going to school committee meetings, and then we kind of just clicked. I liked how she was, and then we kind of just started talking and really never stopped.
We're total opposites. Erin's
for some things, but
Erin's quiet and more behind the scenes, and I'm more out there. And would you ever run for office?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That's why I was laughing when you were like saying Erin Raffa construction, whatever. my name is Erin Lee on all the socials. I was keeping that last name
Yeah.
off to the side, and then she just threw
No,
my
I
name on
think-
there. But it's fine. I don't.
Yeah, we met like working on change in, well, we knew each other a little bit before, but we
Yeah.
weren't really friendly until we started working on changing things in our school district. We have daughters that are the same age. They were friends in middle school. They've gone to separate schools now. But most of our friendship was rooted in doing work.
Yeah, it was the school safety. It was after Parkland. And the long and short of it is we started going to the meetings, started learning that a lot of it was for the budget. So we started asking questions, and like she was asking questions. I don't know. We just kind of just clicked with that. And then we just started digging into that more and more. And then I don't know, we just bonded over that and causing trouble with everything else.
If there was a thing I needed and I was like, oh, do we have this? Or Erin was like, yep, I got that. Yep, I've got that spreadsheet. Yep, I've got that budget item. Like Erin was really great and still is with organizing things. And that's Phil from Worcester, Phil. She's really, really great with that, where I'm not. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Because you're busy you're busy with the babies.
not great with that. I'm busy with the phones.
I think we're almost done. This one, because I've said this to you as well. So I'm going to throw this one up there. The Amazon storefront.
Yeah.
I know. I feel like I'll get there at some
Okay.
point. I'll make her do it at some point. Like with the Shopify thing, that's really hard to use. So I'm still learning that. But my goal is to, it's
So we,
I need help. Logro.
I started, if somebody wants to help, we started a Shopify because I wanted to make 24 on 24 hats. And you have Shopify and then Printify.
Printable. I think it
Printable.
is.
I would
Shopify
like a
link.
little store where people can order the things. Like I just have the ideas and I have the stuff. I need that done. I don't know how to do that.
Sorry, the answer to this one is absolutely not. I do have a Twitter. It's set to private. I read things on it. I do not comment on Twitter.
She's one of the
You contact-
lurkers.
Contact her.
She sees things and then sends them to me and circles them, notable things or
The email, I'll post it here
Um,
again for that one. And I think that's it. We're almost done, pal.
Echo is
Almost.
back.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Almost through. There was a lot of these, so I'm just going to throw this one up here.
What I love about all the shows is that I can develop a new opinion or see how someone else often in the chat does. That's great. I love that.
Yeah, same. YouTuber, I think this is about it. Super sticker we just popped up. This one I enjoyed.
We're not bringing back Buddy After Dark. Can you imagine?
It's gonna be for the subscribers. You said it before. We can't go back.
Erin saying we can't go back.
No,
We
they
said it's
want-
for the, maybe we'll do a Bunny After Dark just for subscribers. Can you
Yeah.
imagine? I can't. I don't
Why?
think I can.
Yes, absolutely we can. Why not?
I don't think I can do it. Look what happens. I don't want people to, I don't know if I'm in that frame
fine.
of mind anymore either. I don't know. Maybe. We'll
Um,
see.
the unboxing again. We need to decide. We need to go ahead.
I need to establish a PO box. I need to gather the items from that. Now there's 2 post offices that have my items. Go and get them all and then drop the PO box again. Don't send anything until we figured that out. I was a busy week and I haven't had a time. Murphy After Dark, I want to die. Once a freak, always, I know what they're saying. Once a freak, always a freak is what somebody says. Yeah, I can't change those things. I do have kids now that are on social media. They're not on they don't watch my stuff. My kids do not care at all. But anyway, maybe we'll do the bunny thing. Any more?
I'm going to work on this again. I need the login to the YouTube so that I can go in after and put the timestamps on it. I believe, circling back to the question, if we do like a debrief after, I believe last week I sent her a list of things that I need logins for and passwords so that I can go in and learn how to do these timestamps and stuff. I'm not sure that I got that one yet. So I'm going to work on it.
You need some of those.
Because, well, it's helpful so that people watching can go
Yeah.
back to Chris's Chris's stuff. So that is that. Did I pin that one? I don't know how to, where did it go to hide it? And, oh, there it is. I think that's all of the starred ones and the chats. I think that is it. Anything else you need to recap?
No, we're still going to take a look at what the show will be like during the day. I think we will do a daily one, whether it's an hour or 2 hours. It's probably going to start once school starts, because then I'll be in a different schedule. I think that's important, and I think it's just going to be really politically focused, and then we can do other things here.
You aren't going to care about this, but I got a new laptop, and when I just did this, I got a little pop-up, and it said you can add effects. Have you seen, well, like when people do this in chats now, sometimes it does it. I just got a notification on that. I feel like I'm going to have to turn that off immediately because I don't want that.
I think next week we will talk about my unnatural obsession with Chat GPT and how I talk to it. And when I talk to it, it knows me now. It knows who I am. And everything I hate about AI, I have now become subjected to. And I talk to it in a nice way, like it's a person. And I hate myself for it. We'd email from Morrissey to, wait, I don't know about that.
Oh, I unstarred it because it was so far up, but somebody asked this very early on. There's something, if somebody wants to clarify again with this person that's already commented it 3 times, there's something about a hidden, said something about these emails here and something about illegal weed.
I don't know. I haven't looked, but once I'm done here, I'll be on my phone and I'll be catching up on all of the things. School started in Florida already. Oh my God. I think also too, only because I like to talk about things that are important to me and relative to me. And then I think relative to like my base, because we're all very similar. My oldest daughter is looking for a home, and it is the most ridiculous process of all time. And maybe we should have Nicole Sliney, ChatGPT After Dark. Maybe we can have Nicole Sliney come on and talk about this, but I do not understand how people can afford these homes. I do not understand how you compete with companies buying homes, especially multifamilies. I do not understand how people can buy these homes $50,000 over asking price. And these homes are $600,000 homes to begin with that 7 years ago were $250,000 homes. I mean, from a political perspective, we can talk all day long about housing, affordability, the market, and all of those things in a political portion of the show. But from a personal perspective, what is going on in Massachusetts is insane. And I think for many of us who are in stable housing, fine, we don't think about it. But when you have a child who has gone to college, gotten engaged, has a job, is making decent money, making more money than I'm making or ever made, and they are getting outbid on 3-family homes in Fall River by $50,000 like that. Every single day it is a new home hits the market. You go there, you look at it, you put in a bid right away, and you're outbid and you're done. And they've done everything right. My daughter has done everything right from kindergarten until now. The path was set. The path was done. And this is based on her and her personality. My son's taking a different approach. He's not going to live at college. He wants to live at home and commute, but he's going to UMass Dartmouth. Also his path, but her path, which would have led her to home ownership, has been in place for many years. And it is now almost impossible to navigate through. And it is very disappointing and debilitating. And I'm worried. And it's very sad for me. I could cry actually about how sad it is for me. Do I think that they'll be successful and get a home? I do. I wonder at what cost. I wonder what that's going to look like. I feel like the pressure to work and not be a stay-at-home mom is now going to be all the more prevalent for my daughter. This state and what's happening here is one of these things that keeps me up at night. And home affordability and this housing market And what that means for this next generation is very sad and depressing for me. And I worry about my kids. And maybe that's because I didn't do a great job of setting them up with some sort of generational wealth or housing. But I'm a product of a baby boomer who didn't really care about my generation and setting us up. My grandparents set my mother up. And I'm not saying my mom didn't. I'm just saying different things. Divorce, restarting your life, all of those things that happened to the baby boomers are getting trickled down to me and Erin. And then we're not in the financial position to set our kids up for success. We're certainly in an emotional one that the baby boomer generation wasn't in. So we can help them emotionally, but can I help them financially? No. And now they've done the job. We've put them through college. I didn't go to college. We put them through college. Now they're there. And it's like, we're ready. We're ready to get married. We're ready to move in. We're ready to buy a house. And you're getting outbid by BlackRock on 3 families in Fall River on Eastern Avenue. What is happening? It's crazy. Firstborns usually do everything right. I am the opposite of that. I am the one in my family who has done everything wrong. Wrong path to everything. We all get to the same place, but the path I took to get here was not the one you want. That's not true. I can't go back to it, but it's also me. It's like how I don't know. Anyway,
last, I know you're wrapping up,
Yeah.
but there were, I just saw a comment about Runkle. It's moving too fast. They posted about, I don't even know where it went. Oh yeah, it was this one about the Runkle stuff. And they said a lot of his stuff is pro bono so that he can, I guess he donates his money and stuff. But there were a few comments that said that you should maybe reach back out to him and that he's like really sweet or whatever. So if you ever want to do something,
I watched his show. Yeah.
You guys could probably make something.
I didn't. I hope there was no like confusion about that. It wasn't in a negative.
No,
I actually
all the comments were great about him.
I fumbled
just like
that.
that's what they said. They said it was a big fumble, and if you wanted to, they said reach out, and he'll probably.
It was. Yeah, I screwed that one up. I am not perfect.
Oh look, who's back? What's this?
Christopher.
Oh,
JJ, I feel like I know you. I see you on every single page I'm on. Love the attention and the press. Thanks, man. Hopefully it was nice stuff, or is he being sarcastic? That would work too.
Is in there.
But yeah, I think we need to talk a little bit about that stuff too. I mean, I like my kids like to keep their private stuff private, but it's hard to watch what's happening. You have a couple that's trying to just do everything right, and then also like trying to get them to think differently, and say, well, maybe it's not going to work out this way, or and maybe think about it a different way and do something different. They want a multifamily, they want an investment property, ideally they thought they'd be able to get one of those, stay there for a couple of years, and then take out the equity and go buy their home, and then have the property. And then I'm sure Jordan Silvia could actually talk a lot about this because he's done it, and I love that they have that initiative. But like, I don't know. These apartment buildings are just astronomical, and it's putting them at the tail end of their pre-approval and budget. And if anything happens or goes wrong, I mean, I don't know. Runkle would totally love to have you on. You guys would vibe. May I ask why you don't reach out to LTL and lay it out privately? Not knocking you, just surprised. I don't know. I felt like I just wanted to like talk about it. That's it. I don't know. Not sure. Thanks. All right. Erica, every quarter of the year, export the contents of your phone into a folder in an external hard drive and keep the hard drives in a bank safe deposit box. No need to get new phones with this method. Oh, I see. But then I wouldn't have the babies.
It'll take too long to go back and find it. But when she says that she messages the chat, she's not lying. The last picture she sent is her laying in bed, and they were all on her belly.
I start them all up.
They were all on.
Oh, they all go on at the same time. It's like,
yeah.
It's just I charge them all. I start them up. I go through, hook them up to Wi-Fi, and then I put the babies back to bed, and then I put them off to the side, and that's it. And then I took them out for a field trip today, and they're all so excited. The stories these phones could tell. You have no idea. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Jasel. Some Jasel text messages on there. That one time Jasel texted me and asked me if I could get involved in something. Yeah. Swansea. Yeah. Yeah. And I was like, is this real life? Let me let me screenshot this and save this. Jasel's getting out next year, everybody. How has your daughter thought about buying in Rhode Island? Yes. So great question. Started in Fall River, then started in the surrounding areas, and now she has moved out her circle to Barrington, Bristol, Warren. She has looked there. Digital trinkets. Nancy. Digital trinkets. Yeah, she's it doesn't it makes sense a little bit. Her fiance works in Warren. I'm sorry, in Newport, and she works in Swansea, so that Warren Bristol area. But I do know she wants to be close to me. The biggest problem my daughter is going to have is transitioning away from living with her mother. That along with her extensive mortgage payments is going to be the biggest problem. Jess, you seriously look like somebody I know. You are her doppelganger. Like, send me that info. I will end with a really great story about that. First of all, I don't have like a famous doppelganger, although people who used to make fun of me used to say I used to look like Blossom, like, and not in a nice way. Like they'd say I look like the lady from Blossom, or yeah. It didn't have the desired effect. But I will end with this last story because I didn't do story time today. But the only time I ever went to Disney as a kid, my mother and my stepfather waited until I was older. What? Call my phone immediately. Call my phone immediately. Patrick, call my phone immediately. I will answer it. He's not supposed to be out until next year. Jasel's out? Can you Google it? Wait, what? I'm not going to wait for you to call me. I'm going to call you myself. Stand by. Hold on. It was 2026. I know it's 2026. It's not this year. So we're talking about Jasel Correia. He's the mayor of Fall River. Former. The voicemail box that has not been set up. Patrick, pick up your phone. I have a second number for you. We're going to call that one.
Is not in service.
You cannot drop in the comment section that Juicy Jasel is out of jail. He's not out. Lindsay, I mean, just see me. I'll just start getting the show's going on till 2:00 today, everybody. Jasel's out of jail. Jasel Correia is a former mayor of Fall River. He's the youngest mayor. He was on city council. There's so much drama with Jasel, and he was charged and convicted of a bunch of crimes. Wiretap. I don't know if there was racketeering in there, but essentially what Jasel did was he was taking bribes for cannabis licenses in Fall River. And what? He's out? I die. Listen, I know people don't like Jasel. I know he did bad things and he stole money and he had an appetite for cigars and gambling and things, and he had a G-Wagon and Rolexes, and I get it. I just really like Jasel. I really do. And I don't want to hear it because Buddy Cianci did the exact same thing, almost the exact same style of charges, almost the same number of charges, did time, and everybody loved him. Plunder Dome was a thing, and he came back and he got elected as mayor again. And I don't care that people are going to give me a hard time about liking Jasel. I liked him the whole way through. I never stopped. I really, really liked him, and I think he could do. He's out. Wait. Oh. He's out? When did this happen? What's the date on that? I can't believe. I can't believe it. I will share that with viewers because we're not connected and people can't hear. I don't want to stay on the phone too long and be rude to them, but you essentially, gave me information I did not know and I shared that with everybody. Erin has pulled up the news article. Okay, can I call you after the show? Thank you. Correia. Yep. Okay. Okay. Perfect. All right. I have to get off the phone. Thank you. Okay, bye. So look at my boy, Kevin Reddington right there. Kevin Reddington was his attorney. Kevin Reddington's going to come here to the studio and he's going to be a guest of mine. But while in jail, Correia said that Kevin Reddington tried to shake him down and take money from him. And Kevin Reddington didn't like that much. So that's going to be very interesting. But Jasel's out and he's getting ready to get back to society. I'm obsessed. This is so great for Fall River. I just love it so much. Okay, so I actually did call Jasel's wife, Jenny, who I've met a couple times when he was running for office. She's a local business owner, and I actually wanted to interview her about, post life and things. Hi, Nancy. But she said not right now. She's got some stuff going on. I think her dad is sick. And so I didn't want to, I don't have Jasel's phone number. Oh, his number or phone number. He's at a house, so you don't know exactly where he is. I can't believe Jasel's out. We're one step closer, besties, to Juicy Jasel getting out. I know people hate me for liking him, but don't. You know the other thing too, and we can't talk about this, just so everybody knows, another big problem with Jasel that people had with him is the politicians in this city who are part of the Good Old Boy network don't like Jasel because Jasel didn't subscribe to that and Jasel did his own thing. Jasel did his own style. Look at Jasel. Let's go. That's the Fall River Raw days, and I got an interview with him when he was the man. What? Oh my gosh, I die. We've come so far, besties. Erin took those photos too. Actually, Erin was there. I die. So yeah, I think it's just going to be a game changer when Jasel gets back out. He's going to run. What's sad, unfortunately, is that he has had a son since he's been in jail. And I don't know the circumstances on whether he's seen him or not, or any of those things. I'm sure he has, but his wife got pregnant before he went away and has since had their child. And I think it's Jasel the third. I think it's J3. I love it. I'm so excited for him to come back. Okay, here we go. Now it's supposed to be 12 o'clock and it's already passed. Thank you to Patrick Higgins. I have a love-hate relationship with Patrick Higgins. I used to really like Patrick. Patrick has done some things in his past and I have still looked past that. One of which is there was a library in Swansea, Massachusetts, and they used to have a cat named Penny. And Penny was a library cat. What? Okay. Yeah. If there's a queen of public records requests, Patrick Higgins is the king, and he really loves public records requests. But anyway, there was a cat that lived at the library. Her name was Penny, and I guess Patrick determined that you just can't have pets or animals in public buildings like that, and he fought it, and Penny had to be taken out of there. And so I can't say I agree with using your power to do something like that, but he did. I overlooked that. I didn't know him at the time, but it is what it is. I appreciate the passion. But Patrick Higgins is definitely one for public records requests. So Patrick Higgins has done some legendary stuff, by the way. He had somebody served. He served Jamison Souza right in the middle of a Board of Selectmen meeting. He walked in and served him right. Oh, it was just so good. Walked in the middle of a meeting, walked right out. I live for moments like that. And so I would say that Patrick Higgins and I have worked in conjunction with each other on like-minded projects involving government and corruption and politicians. And then he ruined it all. He ruined it all because he took some information I had and he told one of my adversaries it, which showed me that he was talking to my adversary and maybe playing justice for Penny and Murph. He took that information and gave it to one of the absolute worst politicians I have ever encountered in my lifetime, who pretty much inspired me to become an activist, Victor Machado, not related. Victor Machado hated me and hates me so much that when I ran for office, he wrote a letter to the editor and reminded everybody that we are not related. He's just the most ineffective, perpetually elected, perpetually, because he plays the game and he gets it. I just haven't done enough to expose him for who he really is. And by the way, I have a video that shows what Victor really, really is. A really good video that hasn't seen the light of day, but we're going to save it for the next election because now gloves are off. Victor Machado is the worst elected official ever. He is on the school committee. He is every problem that is wrong with the school department in Somerset can be directly tied back to Victor Machado, in my opinion. And so anyway, Patrick Higgins was talking to Victor Machado, and I think they've always been associates. Higgins has a thing called Higgins and Associates, and I think it's everybody like me and Victor and all these people he talks to. Well, anyway, I caught him telling Victor Machado something that I said to Patrick, and I never even told Patrick. I just blocked him instantly and stopped talking to him because we have a loyalty thing in my business, and you can't, when somebody knows the tea and knows all these things and you work together, you can't go against that person. It ruins the relationship. So did I let that go now because he had tea on Jasel? I did, but I'm still very apprehensive about doing business with Higgins and Associates, if that means anything. But the guy can write a public records request like no one else. His are all very formal. There's a lot of history there with Patrick Higgins. So anyway, but he's always got the tea. I don't know what he does. Travels, he lives in other places. I'm not so sure. I don't want to be on his bad side, and I've never been on his bad side. But is he texting me? Why is my phone going crazy? Wait. What are these messages? Oh, it's about the facility. We got new numbers for Higgins and Associates, I guess. Anyway, we got information about the residential reentry center that he is in, also known as halfway houses or RRCs. That's where Jasel is. We sell Feel Free at the smoke shop I work at. I'd love to talk to you about it. Where do I Gina, I need info. Thank you. Erin's going to drop. Thank you. I would love to know more about that. Jess just lost a bunch of subs with her rant on Brian, not a good look. Okay. That's okay. I don't know. It's okay. I do value people that follow me, but I also like to just be honest. Maybe I'm not being completely honest. I feel like if I said a couple other things, then everything would make a little bit more sense, but I'm not going to do that. That's all. That's where I'm at with that. So maybe, I don't know. We'll save it. What else? Anything? Okay, besties. Thanks to Christopher for coming on. He's not happy. He doesn't like the way this looks. So we're gonna have to have him come into the chairs. And I think that's it. Antonio Correa, any relation to Jasel? That's it, besties. We'll be back next week. I'm going to continue to get a little bit more information about building a more political newsy show. This is one more for the besties and chatting. I guess now I'm locked into a Bunny After Dark situation, which we're going to have to explore. And then we're going to do like a daytime news thing. I'd like to do the daytime show to just talk about the things that are happening that day. Maybe an hour, because an hour is different without commercials and stuff like that. But, and also where can and I guess this is a question for the besties, where can I talk about sports? Is it here? Is it on Bunny? Where can I talk about football season? Or golf. Yes, we can talk about golf. I just, where, yeah, it was a broken up bad connection, which was all Chris's fault, but we'll get him back here in the studio. So just wondering where I should be talking about sports and football and stuff like that. I don't know. I think the Saturday show. Thanks to my sponsors, After Hours, Mike Keneally, Silva Funeral Home, and Amy, Nicole Sliney, Stacy Face Travels. I need a vacation after this one. Brian Shortsleeve, Prestige Automart, even though he doesn't realize that he was. Christopher Nates, Rena Brown, Powerhouse Remodeling, and our besties here at Mallard Printing. I think that's it, besties. Thanks to Erin, everybody, for handling all the things. Oh, here's where to support me. Here are all of my thingies: X, YouTube, Substack, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. I'm never on the TikTok because I'm worried about these phones getting viruses and the Chinese government having access to all of that information. So I stay away from that. Can we talk wrestling? I'm just a wrestling mama. If you want to talk about wrestling, let me just tell you something. You know what I watched the other day? I watched a Royal Rumble from like 1990. Okay. Don't judge me. Jake the Snake Roberts was on it. Jim saw Hack Duggan. Jim saw Hack Duggan. I said that wrong. Hack saw Jim Duggan. Obviously, the Hulk came in and won it all. I grew up watching wrestling so much. It was just a big part of like my life when I was a kid. And then with my second baby daddy, he was really into wrestling, like still is. And that's when I was in like my Batista moment. And I was really into that. I don't watch it anymore. My kids are older. I'm not into it. But with the passing of Hulk Hogan, some things were showing up on my timeline. And I watched the Royal Rumble. And I don't know if anybody gets it, but like, if you haven't watched a Royal Rumble from like 1990, what a concept. Like they start the ring and like there's two people, and then every so many minutes, 3 minutes, they bring in another wrestler and he runs in, and then the whole goal is to get everybody outside the ring, and then you're left with one. And then it's like the anticipation when a wrestler is coming, the countdown starts, you can see the people and they're all looking off to the side to where they're going to run in, and you're waiting to see who it is. And it's like, who's it going to be? Where are we going to be? Is it going to be the Hulk? Who's it going to be? The Hart, Bret the Heartman, Hitman Hart. I'm okay. It's just, I really love old wrestling. I'm very nostalgic for it. Ric Flair. Wednesday football? Wednesday? Are we saying we're doing a Wednesday show?
Hello. I'm going to say yes to the Wednesday show because we have FOIA lessons, the public records request lessons, and Bunny After Dark was requested. Sports. So that can be like the
a Wednesday night show,
a non-political,
a Wednesday night.
Yeah. I don't know how that's going to look, but there were several things in the chat requested for Wednesdays.
Okay, we'll work on this. I don't know. We can try it, and then
trying, besties.
We can try it, and then just see if it doesn't work.
I'm trying.
I don't like failure. I don't deal with it very well. It's inevitable. A pre-football weekend segment. Oh my God. I would die. Football is life. Football is life. Wednesday night is church night for non-Catholic churches. Service is bestie. All right. All right. So anyway, that's all of that. That's where you can find all of my things. Those are my PayPals and my Venmos. Everything I do is through my supporters who support me in my work and my advertisers, which allows me to do this full time. If I fail, we're going back to work. Erin and I have a it's like if you're not married by a certain age, you just marry like your best friend. Erin and I have a goal. If we can't do well with work, we're just going to go work at Dunkin' and be our best Dunkin' people. God knows the Dunkin' in my town needs it. Oh, should we do a segment on Wednesday about how many days I go to a specific coffee place in my town and I ask for one thing, one bagel, and every day it is sold out. Doesn't matter if I get there at 9:00, 1:00 in the afternoon. I think they only have them in the morning. And I know they order them from somewhere else. And so finally on day 6, I was like, day 6 of you guys not having the cinnamon sugar bagel. And they're like, oh, what's that? And I was like, I don't know. It's 6 days in a row. Day 7, oh, they don't have it. Day 8, they had 1, but they didn't have 2. It's just a crapshoot. I get it. I don't know. I don't like complaining. We're so blessed. I should be eating at home.
We should be
Not
eating at
many views
Christopher's.
today and keep dropping. Turned off quite a few, Jess. I am so sorry.
Turned, what is that? What
I
does
don't
that mean?
know.
Where did that one go?
I don't know.
Turned off quite a few.
I turned off quite a few people by talking about Brian.
Well, there wasn't, I mean, if we're going to be like completely honest, there weren't as many viewers. I assumed maybe something else is going on. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's other things like happening. If we're going to be honest, like I was curious to see how episode 1 was going to do, right? With that girl.
Yep.
And then episode 2 with your guest last week.
Yep.
With no guest this week, I was curious to see what this does. I have a couple of notes taken at like time with viewers. It is getting much busier at the 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock hour. And I'm probably going to have also an unpopular opinion here with the besties that are not loving this. It's who she is, and she's just talking about things that happen. So I'm not sure. Maybe I should stop. Should I stop before this keeps going? Like,
I'm going to be honest with you. I'll be very honest with you. I'm not being 100% honest about the Brian thing.
Right. And then
if I was, I think it'd take it to a whole new level. So I think for me, this is helping me to kind of work through the issues that I've had, and they're there. And the reason for this is because people were asking me about this. That's your personal experience. You're affected by it. No one else. I'm not traumatized by it. I'm just explaining why, like, there's no sharing of content. There's no communication, like whatever. And maybe I'm not being completely honest, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to embarrass him at that point. Like, I'm not going to give some of the other stuff. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Can I talk to him about it? Sure. I actually don't care.
Right. Well,
I don't care right now about that. It's not fair for me to say this because there's some things I'm not sharing. I know that if I sat back right now and I was just like, you know what? Here's what I want to say. Everybody's going to go, oh, or maybe I thought this was enough to just explain a little bit. It's okay. Like, it's okay.
And I just feel like if that's, again, Jess Machado show was a thing way before Karen Reed started. It was a thing before, she went on LTL. It was a thing before, YouTube and all these other content creators. So it's just talking about whatever that comment just was. Like, you're just talking about what happened. You're just talking about like your experience. So I don't know that people are going to take it as like, there was one comment that just said like you were doing it for clicks. That's, if she wanted to get clicks, she would get the clicks.
Do what for clicks? Do this for clicks?
I don't know how it said. I'll try to find it. It said
so
something that you were
YouTube
talking about LTL just for clicks. But I'm telling you right now, that's not what she's going to talk about if she wants clicks. If she wants the clicks, she'll get the clicks.
This YouTube is, I work by doing investigative journalism. So I work on stories, I investigate, and then I put those things together in either a thread or a story, and I release them. Some of those stories get picked up by mainstream media outlets. Some of those just things don't go anywhere. But the majority of my time and my work is spent on investigative pieces. Some of those things are all cooking, I guess is the best way to say it, but they'll eventually come out. That is the majority of my work. This platform, this new social video vlogging podcast thing, one was at the encouragement of my followers. 2, it's an extra layer to this. And it's 3, it's not the most important thing. I love connecting with my listeners and my viewers. When we had calls on my radio show, it was one of my favorite things. It wasn't always great. A lot of things I said, a lot of people didn't like. They would call. These comments that are negative to me are no different than when somebody would call me on the radio show and disagree with me. That's okay. The content stuff or whatever, listen, just because you don't hear about people not liking other content creators on here doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It does. I'm just the one that's talking about it. And I know that people who know what's going on understand. Maybe I will say more about it. I just kind of felt like there were a couple of people that were asking me questions about it. And I wanted to kind of clear the air and just say how I feel about it. I also wanted to be upfront and come forward and say my partnership with Brian was rooted in a financial benefit to myself. I was paid to go on his show. And so that's important for me to say. I've never said that before. On the contrary, I've actually told people to not say that. I didn't want to I don't know what it's out there with content creators. I don't again with the Ian Runkle thing, I fumbled that or whatever. So I don't know how it works. I was just trying to do this as an independent person. But I felt like that was something I wanted to kind of come clean about too, if that makes sense. I've also understood one thing over many years of doing this. By the way, many years of being out here on the radio, whether it's social media, radio, or whatever. There are some people who are going to absolutely love and align with everything I do, and those are my people. There are people that are going to listen and be exposed to things that they've never thought of and hear both sides. Those people will also most likely be the people that contribute to the other side of things that I listen to, and then we have conversations about. Then there are going to be people who don't like what I say and will still watch. And then there are going to be people who hate me for other reasons, whether it's political or personal, and will troll or do whatever. I accept all of those things. I don't care. None of those things matter to me. What matters to me is being as authentic as I can, talking about things that I think are interesting, and actually, representing a base of people. There are a lot of male content creators out here right now in this area, and there aren't a lot of females. We've definitely got our law tubers. Is that how you say it? Law tubers? We've got Melanie and we've got the women doing it. But that's relating to true crime or Karen Reed. Where is, oh yeah. Yes, Vicky. We didn't even talk about Taylor. Yeah, we didn't even talk about it. There's just not a lot of women out here doing this. And I'm not going to expose my besties, but time and time again, I get messages from women that are my age or in my age demographic who are like, I relate to this. Thank you for talking about this. And it's those people that send me those messages that's what I do this for. I like connecting with my base. 85 or 86% of my base are women in the ages of 45 to 55. That's my age range. Those are my people. I love all of you. And I know some of you are outside that demographic, but I feel like what's the point if I change who I am or how I do things or how I talk so that I can just be like everybody else, or I can just I don't know. You're not going to get that, just so we're clear. You will not get that version of me. I will not change. I am going to be exactly who I am. I'm just going to say.
Do we need to revert back to the first part of the show with the bunny shaming?
Believe in me and my product and me and who I am and what I do. It's maybe 5 years ago I didn't have confidence in what I do. I just feel confident in my investigative work now. I've learned how to do it. I'm good at it. I figured it out. I know there aren't a lot of people that are doing it. I want to help you guys do it too. But where are the strong, independent women asking for questions, pulling back the layers of corruption and the lack of transparency? Where are we? Right? Oh, I know where they are. They're here. You guys are following me, but people who want to do not come for me, because first of all, it doesn't work. Number two, I'm not going to change. Number three, it only makes me better. I don't know. Ask Aiden. He knows. He shit on me on a story, and now look at me. I'm on the side of him working and doing the same things, and we're besties, and it doesn't work. So it is what it is. And I get that there's some things that I'm saying that make people uncomfortable. I mean, do you really want me to sit here and lie and say every time I'm watching Brian or I'm on a show that it is like it is what I want to hear or what I see? The answer isn't no. Then it's no. Sometimes I don't like it. Sometimes I don't like the way that he's. I'll tell you what. We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. We're not doing it. People don't like me often because I won't adapt to what they want. Thank you. Agreed. Is it Nicola or Nicola? Nicola Maxwell? That's a really great name. That could be my nickname when I go out. When we go out and we have a driver, we give him a nickname. His name is Julio. His name is Jay, and he drives. I've known him my all like adult life. We've raised our kids together. Jay drives us around, and the moms all go out, and then we give each other nicknames. My nickname when we go Minxie, Kim, Kimberly. I'm Kimberly. I usually use that name. Or Kelly Green actually used to be my name. That's Nicola Maxwell. Can we write that down? I want that to be my night out name. It's a good name. I talked about the LTL thing in the beginning. You'll have to go back and watch it in the beginning, but it was just basically just me. I wanted to come clean that Brian had paid me for being on his show. And I did reach out to him when I got my show. And, I don't think he was being supportive of it, or the absence of his support was suspicious to me. That's all. And I was supportive of him and his work before he ever paid me, I guess, is where we're at. So that's it. He hasn't shared my stuff. And I'm bitter and salty like that. It's what it is. It's not about that. It's just not about that. It's just about, I think it's rooted in some other things and competition and stuff like that. I should have offered to pay LTL to set up your studio. Maybe.
But there were comments, I don't know that I caught this, but there were comments that said, didn't he offer to do it in one of his lives, that he offered to help you or offered to do it?
I don't remember.
Listen, I'm not one to talk openly about, I don't know.
I think everybody should just look at who everybody partners with, and that is another piece to the puzzle.
I would agree. And I will say that I remember the first time you told me that you were going to go on that show, and because I didn't watch any of the Karen Reed stuff, and I watched the first one you were on. It was either with you or maybe one without you, and I immediately told you, I was like, I apologize, Brian, but like I hated it, that first one. I didn't like the way that he was taught. I didn't like anything about it. And I was like, you cannot do any more of these shows. And then the second episode, it was a completely different side of him. He was much nicer. And I was like, this is much better. I don't know if like the last week was an off week or something. And then he was much better there. I'll keep my other opinions to myself about it because it's not me, it's you. But I don't know. I don't know what the chats are, but I think people said that he offered to do it. I don't know. That's here.
I don't remember, but it's just, I don't know. It's just where I can
go back to your point of just, take note of who works with who is an interesting
take notice of who works with who. There's some people that work with everybody. I'm one. I work with everybody. I've gone on it except that one girl. She's really nice, but the show was just she wasn't asking questions. It was just tough, but I work with everybody. Some people don't work with some people. I think we all should be, there's a big enough pie for everybody. You know what I mean?
Those comments earlier about the ship, what did it say? A rising tide lifts all ships or something.
Rising tide lifts all
especially
ships.
Considering I don't, and I can't speak for the specifics, but somebody had a comment. I don't know what the, like the headline of his like Facebook, what is it, like independent media? I don't know, like with you teaching people how to do the public records request, right, in the FOIAs, or talking about other people like maybe picking up on your stories after you've started them. Or I mean, that's just kind of how it goes, I think, in that world. But that is, I feel like that's the point of you guys, right? The independent media. You're not the mainstream media. You're doing this for the right reasons. It's not wrong of you guys to try to make a living from doing it because this is your job. But I think the more that the rising tide with the ships, the more independent journalists doing this stuff is just going to get more of accurate and not biased, whatever you want to call it, news out there. So the whole competition thing is, I don't want to say weird because you can't help how you feel, right? But
Oh, wait, that's not the one I wanted to show. I'm
guys
sorry.
should. I do. Oh,
No, I didn't mean to click.
She's fired from
I didn't mean to.
But if
Thank you.
the independent journalists, you guys are so important that it should be like you guys almost need to work all together, like your own little network, to outshine the bigger channels that aren't doing it. So it shouldn't be a competition thing, in my opinion.
I'm just saying, I don't know. Maybe I need to work on myself, and where I could have sent a text message and said, I'm a little disappointed you haven't shared my stuff. I was supportive of you before we ever worked like with a paid contract together. You know what I mean? Like, I personally felt that it changed when I said I was going to be doing a show. And I know, I don't know. Anyway. Somebody just, what? Who did I get a message from this morning? Who? Wait, hold on. I'm muting it. Nope, not doing it. Nope. No. I got a text message from someone that said 4-hour show after all. Got sucked into it. Jess, maybe, but doesn't mean you have to kiss ass all the time. Listen. Welcome to the Jess Machado show. This is how things are going to be. It's sometimes we can mend fences. Maybe we can't. Maybe he didn't even think there were any fences to mend. I did. I know how things are. This is how I feel. That's it. I wanted to clear the air. People were messaging me about it. There were comments about it. Then more than one person messaged me about it. And I also felt like when I told people that I was paid to go on his show, there was a lot of surprise from people, and I was like, maybe this is something that I should probably get out there. And so that was the main part of this. Let me tell you about this relationship, how it started, where it went, where it is now, and then all of the extra tea and stuff like that. And first of all, I was a guest on his show for the Nathan Reed show, so let me clear the air about that. I was a guest. I was invited. Nathan asked for me to be on. Brian invited me on. And I was a guest. So for me to want or think a show should say or do or whatever, just because I'm on it, it's not. It was his platform, and all the work and money and stuff that goes into that platform, that's his and his space. I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I was unhappy during it. There was a lot of talk about content creators and elevating Karen Reed. And I'm just going to put this out there. That's a given. That is a given what these people did and content creators did. And it's a given. Stop talking about it. Like, just stop talking about that. There's a bigger issue, whatever. So it was just not my cup of tea. And I was in it and I wanted to get out of it. And I tried to ask some questions and kind of keep the conversation going, and just different. I don't know. And then maybe I'm a little worried about my brand and protective of that. And I don't know, whatever. I'm done. One more. That's it. It's 1:07. Jess Machado, I would love for you to share what's for dinner at your home each night. Don't need to share a recipe unless you want to. Just tell us what's for dinner. Thanks. Sure. I will tell you what I made for the last dinner, which was on Thursday. I did not make Friday dinner because none of the kids were home. I made, there are these packets at the grocery store. They're yellow and they're in the Chinese food, Asian food aisle. And this one is for fried rice. And so you get white rice, minute rice, and you make the rice. And then you add the seasoning to it with soy sauce, and it makes like a fried rice. And to the fried rice, I add peas, frozen peas, and I put them in the microwave for a couple minutes, and then I add them to the rice, and then I put the rice aside. Then I get, maybe it's a little bit more of an expensive ramen. It's like a little bit nicer, thicker noodles or whatever. And I make the ramen separately. Not a lot of broth, just enough to get all of the sauces in. And I make the noodles separately. Then I steam pea pods off to the side, put those off to the side. And then I get like flank steak and I cut it thin, and then I put it in a pan with some teriyaki sauce and I cook it, and then I put that aside, and then I fry eggs and put those aside, and then I chop up scallions, and then I build bowls, and everybody has a ramen, rice, steak, pea pod, egg bowl for dinner. That was Thursday. So I make dinner every night. And if nobody's home and everybody's going to be out, then I usually will ask if anybody's going to be around or needs lunch the next day. And then that will make a decision on whether or not I make something or anything. And that was Thursday's dinner. On Wednesday, I don't know if it was Wednesday or Tuesday, I did ground charisse with scrambled eggs and French fries, and then mixed them all together with cheese in subs.
Do you put ketchup on your charisse?
I do not put ketchup on my
Do you put
charisse.
mustard?
I put no condiments on my
Oh,
charisse.
ketchup needs ketchup.
Yeah. That's it. Those are and I can't think of what I did another night. Oh, we just did spaghetti and meatballs, frozen meatballs and spaghetti with garlic bread. And then a side salad. So my girls like salad. And so I always have like a lettuce with cucumber and cheese and like salad dressing off to the side. I'm also really weird. I like fruit with every meal and my husband hates it. And so he just doesn't get it. But like I will always add, like Olaf has been trolling the whole show for sure. I always have like pineapple tidbits or peaches or applesauce, or I cut up mango. Like I always have fruit. I'm like my grandmother. I like to have fruit. And all I need is some Sanka. Last one. Can we go? I have to go to the bathroom. Charisse, avocado, scrambled eggs, American cheese, and a wrap. Oh, I should do more wraps. We do kind of look a little bit alike. Little bit. Wait. What's her name? I never even told that story. We went to Disney when we were kids, and I was. Oh. When I went to Disney when I was a kid, I was 13 or 14. I was in 8th grade. I have a twin sister. You guys know that, but we don't look alike. And we were at the hotel pool, and there was a girl swimming who I instantly thought looked like me. I instantly thought this girl looked like me. And anyway, it was time to leave. And I saw my stepfather calling to me, but he was talking to the girl. And he was convinced that was me. And being a twin, I have always thought that I have a twin that was switched at birth. And that girl in Florida was my real twin. And TT is not my real twin. If you're a twin, you have thoughts about doppelgangers. You think, could this have been my real twin? Can I go to the bathroom and go now? All right, besties. Thanks for sharing. Oh, yeah, there's an art show tonight. I have to go to the bathroom. Bye, besties. Just need to end it. Bye.
Great campaigns don't start at the podium. They start at the print shop, because every vote counts and visibility wins races. At Mallard Printing, we design and print everything your campaign needs to stand out. Yard signs, postcards, stickers, plus pieces for every door direct mail to put your name in mailboxes across the neighborhoods you're running to represent. Fast turnarounds, local support, professional design, start to finish. This election season, vote for Mallard Printing, your campaign headquarters for materials that move voters. Design, print, win.